Hello. Busy day in true crime. I was just finishing up some cheese and crackers and looking at the time clock of the verdict. And no, there's not one yet. They just started deliberating a few minutes ago. And when we do bring it up, the time clock that Verdict Watch from Law and Crime is going to include the 17 minutes from yesterday. So we'll have a total time, you know. But they sat down at 10:35 in the deliberation room, and that would have been 1:35 our time, so about 15 minutes ago. So they really haven't been deliberating very long. It's going to be a little bit of a wait. Well, we definitely want to be available if they do have any questions for the judge. If he does allow camera for that, it looks like most of the feeds are ready for it. So we'll be able to capture that, but we'll have to see what happens. We've been advised that there'll be a 30 to 60 minute heads up in regards to verdict, and that there's only a 5-minute delay for the verdict. Now, I don't know if that includes jury questions. Oh, excuse me. I am hoping that jury questions are also on a 5-minute delay because it doesn't make any sense to make them longer, you know. I did post the link. I didn't see Pete come over yet. I would like to see him. If you're listening, Pete, it was nice to see you come in the chat, even though we were ending. It's always good to see you. I did post the link in that chat before we left, Mandy, but I haven't seen him yet. So I did send you a link if you like. I'm about to put up the count. So I put the long one on just in case you join. So let me just move this up so you guys can see the verdict clock. That 31 minutes and 35 seconds that we're looking up in the corner there includes 17 minutes from yesterday. Hello, Turtle Moves. Hello, Katie. Good to see you. So, you know, the one thing I didn't do from yesterday is write everybody's guesses down for how long for deliberation. So now's your time to change it if you want. I know I said 3 hours or under. I know some people were saying like 5 hours, around 5 hours, you know. Hello, Victoria. Purple Liam, thanks for coming over. Hey, Tony. Tony says 3.5 hours. Rocket Couch as a joke. 2 hours, 59 minutes. Yes, but that would still be me because I said 3 hours or under. Well, if it's 2 hours and 59 minutes exactly, you can have it. You would be closest without going over. Yeah. So, do you think 17 minutes? This is what I'm thinking. Do you think 17 minutes was enough for them to all just get in the room and stare at each other and go, well, you know, let's just do this tomorrow? You think they're going to hold out till they get lunch, Victoria? I hope not, because that means we'll be sitting here for 3 hours because it's only 10:30, like it's 10:55 there now, you know, it's like 5 to 11. I don't know, 4 hours and 22. I'm going to write these down now before I lose track of these. Rocket Couches, am I supposed to be serious with that one for you? Okay, so let's see. We have 3.5 for Tony. We have 2 and 59 for Couch. Grace said 4 hours 22. Do they get a free lunch 30 minutes after lunch? Turtle moves. Okay, that's a good guess. I'm going to write that too. 30 minutes after lunch, whenever lunch is. Well, I don't know if they, like, I guess the people in the courtroom will let us know, the journalists, when they break for lunch. Wow, Grace is 4 hours 22 in PN wife is 4 hours 20, like just 2 minutes difference. Well, hey, that could be the that Couch wants to be at 2:30 instead of 2:59. Okay. Got it. And Victoria says 2 hours. Okay, so far. Liam, I forgot what you said. Are you still here? I know you were here a little bit ago. Purple, you've told me yesterday. I did not write them down. I was a bad bear. I forgot to write them all down. Okay, I see it, Shill. You said 2 hours. Okay. Jin is sticking with 5. I'll have to wait till Liam gets back. Liam said 3 hours or under. That's the same thing I said. We're tied there. Okay, so let me get these other ones. So this is and Liam. 5 for Jin. Let's see. 2. Purple says, I say 2 hours, but since I take twice as long as everyone else, that's going to be 4. So am I putting down 4 or 2? Sure, I don't know what to write down for you now, like, because the way you wrote that. You're going to have to clarify which one you want. Delayed? No, this is what we call verdict watch. We're waiting to see if the jury has any questions, and they actually just started, Maya. Not that it's delayed. The rest of the trial for Karen Reed, the testimony for this afternoon, will be a recording that's out later this evening. Maggie says 5 and 5.5. They're just getting back in the Karen Reed. Well, we're going to be recording that for later. Maggie. Okay, 5, 5.5. Okay. 2 hours. Okay. Liam, we could be right or wrong together. Yes. Yeah. Now we're just guessing on how long the jury will be out. The verdict clock up there says they've been deliberating for almost 39 minutes. 17 of those are from yesterday. They just started a half hour ago, less than a half hour ago. You're going to go with 3 hours and 33 minutes? Okay, Maya. It's good. They are all guessing times on how long before the verdict comes in. So I was trying to think of questions to ask you guys to keep us, what would cue the Illuminati sounds? Yes, 333 666 333 777. I'm thinking I'm trying to think of questions to ask you guys to like just keep us amused while we wait and see if there's any. Hey, Pete, I'm glad you found us. Hey there. It's good to see you. I'm sorry I was ending the stream right when you came in. There's a very busy true crime day. We started a verdict watch when the jury took the case went to the jury yesterday in Vallow, Daybell in Arizona, and after closing arguments. And they deliberated for 17 minutes and then they decided they wanted to go home. So here we are now. They've been deliberating for less than a half hour. On top of that 17 minutes is included in the verdict clock up there. Well, it's good to see you. So now we're going to sit here and wait and talk. We did do opening statements for Karen Reed, where you popped in over there, and that was quite interesting this morning. Very interesting. But in this case, with Vallow Daybell, what I wanted to ask you guys is not what you think the strongest piece of evidence. Well, if there was any evidence that the prosecution presented that you think the jury's going to have a problem with, that is going to be a sticky point, a problem of sorts, something they can't either wrap their head around or that like leads them to reasonable doubt, like profoundly. Okay, Victoria, I'll change yours to 217. No, Mrs. Cassandra, the verdict is not in yet. They just started deliberating about a half hour ago. The clock includes the 17 minutes from yesterday, and I'm writing down what everyone's guesses are. For how long? Do you have a new one? Because I was a very bad bear, and I did not actually write them down yesterday when you guys put them in chat last night before we left. Yeah, Jen, she didn't really present any evidence, did she? She just talked circles, and took names down of everybody that was in the investigation. I think she's making another list of 24. Pete, you got a flooded basement? You know what? They're both wild, Pete. They like Vallow Daybell was pro se, and she's the one from Idaho. It's a horrible case. Still, this is for the murder conspiracy of her husband, Charles Vallow. The Karen Reed case is in regards to John O'Keefe, the cop, where she is being charged with backing into him, causing his demise by leaving him in the snow in the middle of the night. Like, she was originally charged with manslaughter. Really? In the next hour? Wow. So that would make your guess 1 hour and 43 minutes. All right, Mrs. C. That would be interesting. That would be, for 20 years, I had 1 flooding. Past year and a half, I've had 3. That's terrible. Damn. And there's nothing you can like is it just because of the land around you, or are you near a river? Is it tidal? I don't know what kind of flooding. I don't want to get too personal about where you are. Don't want you to dox yourself. Maggie, 2 gunshots is an execution. You know what? Yes, I don't think that. Do you mean that the jury's not going to agree with that? That it's too severe what she said, that it was an execution? Because for me, like that second shot, like seals the deal for me, especially since he was on the ground already. Especially since they clarified how bruising on his knees, that he fell to his knees, hand to his heart, and then fell back, and which means that Alex would have had to walk up between his legs to shoot him again. You don't think they're unanimous yet? Maybe not. It does take a while to go over all the forms and the paperwork. Liam says, I think, let me just start putting these up so you guys can read them. I think they may get hung up on whether she intended for her brother to go that far, but her involvement is not in doubt. You know what? I can see that because there is no doubt that her involvement, but there is the inviting him over to stay because she needed protection and him bringing a gun. So, like, that kind of leaned me the other way a little bit. Yeah, Pete, I was looking at that. Pete says, did you hear in Brian Koberger case, days after the incident, wanted to delete his K-bar purchase? Yup, in his whole, like, trying to delete his search history stuff. Yep. Something along those lines. It surely defines what self-defense is not. You know what, Maggie? I agree with you. Like that second shot really throws it out of self-defense for me. That, and also that it's not like everybody was saying, oh, it happened so fast. It was like 2 minutes. But the timeline says it was 12 minutes that she was in the house with the phone with Charles while JJ was out in the car, and she's supposed to be so worried about JJ, but she took Charles's phone and started a fight with him. Didn't just take his phone, but started saying things like, what, who's this one you're talking to? Who's that one? Like she actually admitted all that, so that really kind of shows that she was keeping him there for a reason. The pages leading up to his purchase. Exactly. They may ask if she intended for Alex to bring a gun. Yes. But she don't have to answer that. Like, that's not a question they can answer, but I know what you mean. Like, in their mind, they're like, I wonder if, like, she even knew it was there. Because it doesn't seem reasonable that somebody would want a gun in the house with a child so young, especially one with difficulties. I'm glad you're doing good, dear Pete. I will say that also with the Kohlberger, did you see that the bushy eyebrows are in? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Then I do hope you can get that resolved there, Pete, with that basement. It's just not fun. Not fun. Oh, thank you, Pete. Yes, I sent her a link for this one too. She might come up, but she's working. Mandy's working at the time too, but I do enjoy her company when she's here. I do think she meant for him to be dead, Maggie. Like she was talking like he was already dead. Speaking of my friend,
Hi.
hi. Yeah, this is going to be the hard part. Like, yeah, but yeah. Liam is saying that the people who get confused are usually hung up on the reasonable doubt wording, even after having it explained by the judge and the lawyer and in writing. It's just like, what does that actually mean, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If a reasonable person would, what is the whole meaning of it? he's in here.
Right.
So
No, it's very difficult. The average person, is just going to say, well, I can't be 100% sure. That question she kept throwing out, did you see me or hear me conspire with anyone in regards to the murder of my husband? Like that could, just that alone, like if they start thinking, well, no, nobody testified to hearing her or seeing her do anything. Actually, it's all just knitted together with circumstantial and evidence, not actual physical evidence, but evidence of texting and state of mind evidence and situational evidence, setting the scene, So, but then they've got tangible evidence like the second gunshot,
right.
without a doubt, the position of the body, actually the positioning of the bat, and actually even Lori's explanation of how Charles was holding the bat doesn't even make any sense for someone that's a baseball player.
Left-handed baseball player.
Left-handed, right, and use the wrong hand and then hold it up in a way you're definitely not going to swing it at anyone in the position that she had it on. It looked more like just carrying it, if anything, to put it away.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Miss K did a really great job sort of addressing that aspect of it also. I wasn't expecting her to kind of go so much in depth about, well, if it was really the way that she says it was, then the bat would be over here because he's left-handed and he would have swung this way. And why was the mirror not broken? And, so.
She gave him plenty to chew on. She's like, let's just for a moment pretend that what she said is true. There's no evidence to back it up because anything they would is just not here. Like then this would be here and that would be there, or this would be true. Like she did a really good job with that. I just think the one mistake she made is she went a little too long. 1 hour and 45 is too long for them. They did some of it. The jury could have been tuning out. And it was very good presentation, the way she used people's real voices for their testimony and the images and the pictures and stuff. And she brought all that in, giving them what evidence to go look for if they had questions, But I think they're going to wonder why Lori didn't testify. And they're going to notice that she tried to actually testify in her closing. She's trying to tell them. She told them to go look at a video that they can't get access to. The judge, right before that, said it would not be available to the jury, that it was only being entered for appeal purposes, and that they wouldn't have access to it. And then during her closing, she told them to go look at it. I mean, what are they going to do about that when the jury says, why can't we look at it? And it's like, and then it makes her look like she's a victim of the system because she doesn't know how the rules are. I mean, there could have been a good sympathetic moment there, because you're sitting on the jury and you're like, I don't know these rules either. I wouldn't be able to represent myself, A reasonable person would not stay in his presence, refusing to give him a phone. Exactly. If he was so agitated and upset and yelling and she was in fear, why was she taking his phone and running around the house with it instead of giving it back?
Maggie's next comment is good too.
Let me just go.
And I agree with what Maggie is saying. You take a baseball player who is, I'm sorry, if you've seen pictures of Charles, he was a pretty stout man. You can see in his arms.
Strong.
Yeah, in his arms and stuff. Yeah, you're telling me if he swung the bat and hit you in the back of the head, you weren't on the ground? Give me a break.
Especially if he was as agitated as they said, it wouldn't be love tap like Alex got. Like he would have put him down for sure. I think actually Lori hit him in the head. I do.
I do too. Absolutely. Yeah.
Reasonable doubt has nothing to do with LVD. Well, I wish I could believe that, but he doesn't. I can't. Yep. We are putting LVD and reasonable in the same sentence. I know it's an oxymoron. I get it. It doesn't make any sense, but like big shrimp. Then yes. No, I know it. I know she's not reasonable. Well, the jury's got to decide, whether she's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. And I think they could be, because you know what? Like, it's unfortunate because we know too much. We know the other trials. We know the other evidence. We know everything else that she did, and they don't. They see a woman trying to defend herself, and she's saying it was just a tragedy. It's not a crime. I didn't do anything. They're just trying to make it look that way. And she's doing the if, but, or, kind of defense during closing arguments, because she didn't present a defense. But then she's saying, in the beginning, she said the evidence will show. And I think that that's going to stick out to the jury, because she didn't show anything. She didn't show anything.
Well, it's just the same as the Karen Reed trial. You know that Jackson just said in his opening, the witnesses that will testify he was in the house. What witnesses are going to testify that he was in the house? None, because he wasn't. They already testified he never came in the house.
The only thing that they have is Green's interpretation. The phone was going upstairs or downstairs or something like that.
Which was before they even pulled in to the house. That was before they even made it to the front of the house per text string data. Yeah.
All of the other data around it contradicts it. It's actually just them in the car, like taking a ride, like it's snowing and it's bumpy and whatever. It was probably just the phone bouncing around in the car. Well,
so yeah, Pete, she is guilty in my opinion. She also has another trial set to start in a couple weeks for the attempted murder of her niece's ex-husband. Because all of these are being tried as conspiracy to commit murder. And luckily in Arizona and in Idaho, where she was already found guilty of 3 conspiracy to commit murders. Even if it is you're part of the conspiracy, you don't have to do the actual act to get the charge. So
that's right.
3 guilties so far. This is the 4th trial, not 4th trial. It's the 2nd trial, but 4th murder charge. Yeah, and then 1 more to come after. So,
yep, she was convicted. She has 3 life sentences with no ability to get parole. They were going for the death sentence, but it got dropped through negotiations, through an arrangement because of prosecutorial late filings in discovery and stuff. So that was it. So, but her accomplice, her now husband Chad Daybell, he got the death penalty in Idaho for the same 3 murders, JJ and Ty Lee, which were the children, and his wife Tammy Daybell. And he got fraud, right? He got some kind of insurance fraud in and Lori also was investigated by the Office of the Inspector General for Social Security fraud. She kept Ty Lee's money after Ty Lee was dead.
I just noticed how dirty my pickup is looking out my office window. You ever know that?
Liam agrees with me that the closing was too long. She could have made it much shorter. There were points they repeated a few times. Exactly. I think it just went a little bit too long. It was 1 hour and 45. That's a long time to hold the jury's attention. She is all in it. Yes, all of it was conspiracy. Everything was done around her. Apparently, she just wanted to have this new life with Chad Daybell, the prophet. She was the chosen one. She's got some really messed up personal or religious beliefs. She thinks she's been chosen by God to lead the way. She doesn't have to repent. She's better than everybody. Like, She even told her son about the other children that they're not mad at her. They're in a better place. And, that he doesn't know nothing. God knows everything. And she don't have anything to be sorry for, actually. She doesn't.
I need to go ahead.
Hmm?
I need to answer Pete when you're done.
Which
Pete, if I had an extra 80K lying around, it would be a Ford F-150 Raptor. Thank you very much. But I don't. So I have a 2024 Honda Ridgeline. Actually.
No, I don't think she'll ever be out. I agree with you, Mandy. She's never going to get out. And she's trying to appeal. But if it's going to go anyway, like she did her self-defense here, it's not going to work. She tried everything to get this case turned out. Some of the shenanigans she pulled with prosecutorial misconduct that her own attorney did. It wasn't even the prosecution. Like, okay. Like, all right. Get this, Pete. Her appeal attorney got a dedicated line to speak with Lori, and then he used all these different IP addresses and everything. So the prison didn't know when the attorney was talking to the client. So they went in the regular dump, of gathered information that prosecution has their availability to. So they didn't use it for anything, but these phone calls, transcriptions got sent over because they weren't marked as attorney. And it's the attorney's fault. He didn't use the dedicated line, And then Lori makes a filing and she includes that they have all the stuff from even before when they knew it wasn't dedicated and the attorney was telling her it wasn't dedicated and none of this was confidential. But she threw that in there too. And she just made herself look absolutely ridiculous, She like, this is the most egregious prosecutorial conduct. I was like, yeah, they didn't do it. They didn't use it. They notified her right away that it happened, told her what communications were in there, notified the prison. They weren't trying to do anything shady. But it cracked me up when the judge reveals that, your own attorney is talking on non-privated lines. Like, that's not anything you can blame the prosecution for. Like, seriously. I wonder if she was asked about getting Chad's Social Security when he is gone. Oh, no. There was so many shenanigans, Pete. Like, there's so many shenanigans here. Like, this Vallow Daybell trials have been crazy. She's appealing, Turtle moves. Of course she is. Everyone, Chad gets an automatic appeal too because of the death sentence. So Sarah Boone's appealing. You can't make me feel bad for having a 2012 Nissan Frontier, Mandy. It's still under 80,000 miles. Hey, cool. You don't have anything against Chevy? I know, but he likes Ford, right? No, I don't know. But it's a Chevy. Oh, you guys picking on each other's trucks? For a transcendent being, she is surprisingly all about the cash. Exactly. Victoria, right? It's like, that saying is like, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. If anybody just watched what Lori Vallow Daybell did, they would just know she's guilty. Don't listen to a word she says. Oh, you said appalling? Well, she is appalling. And she is appealing. Yeah, no, I get it, Turtle Moves. I do. Yeah, especially when we don't have the extra duck. I get it, Pete. Sarah Boone is not appealing under any circumstances, although she can contact the verdict. She can contest the verdict of her trial. She has no really appeal parts. I don't think that she can. And I do know that the appeal attorney has not sent anything in yet that we saw at all. I just know that they gave her one. That would be on Sarah Boone. I know. Liam, sorry you don't have your car. Does he actually say that, Mandy? Your husband says it's not a real truck because it's a Honda. Like, that sounds like something my ex would say. Be very opinionated about trucks. Yeah. The last big vehicle I had like that before was a Grand Cherokee Laredo, like Jeep. I never had it like a truck. This thing was huge though. You mean the sports car? My girlfriend just got one. She said it was her retirement present, her retirement present. She got to retire. She was a school teacher. She got to retire early, and so she's young and she's done. And so she's taking her pension and leaving. And so with a small part of it, she got like all of these sick days and everything that she didn't take that she got money for. So she got a Challenger. Very throaty vehicle. Put me down for 2.5. I think I did couch, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. I'm just checking. We're at 1 hour and 7 minutes of deliberation. So Mrs. Cassandra has another like 38 minutes. If they come in within 38 minutes, Mrs. Cassandra wins.
So it is 11:26 there. Okay, because I'm on the same time. What time did they say they would break for lunch? Because they didn't get there until like 10.
They got there. She just fell out. I know she was just asking me about lunch, and they didn't get there. They're 3 hours behind us because they don't do daylight savings, and so they are. It's actually 11:30. It's just coming up on 11:30 for them. It's like 11:26 or 27 or something like that.
I accidentally yeeted myself.
And because court starts so late, Judge Beressky used to set court lunch at around 1:00. Remember, unless there was like something going on in the trial, and they took an early one, like they did yesterday. They went at 12:30. Yeah, she did. She just went whoop. She just fell right out.
I did not need to do that.
Okay, so Pete wants 2.5 hours. Okay, I'm writing it down, Pete. So we have 3.5, a couple of 2.5s, a 4:22, a 4:20, 30 minutes after lunch, whenever that's going to be, Turtle. As soon as we find out when lunch is. Chill's at 2 hours, Gin's at 5, Maggie's at 5, 5.5, Maya's at 3 hours and 33 minutes. Mrs.
Ooh, I
C,
love that number.
when it was 43 minutes on the clock, she said within an hour more. So 1 hour, 43 minutes for her. Victorious is 2 hours, 17 minutes, and Pete has 2.5. There we go. It's going to be funny if, first of all, I don't want to be here for 4 hours waiting, Mandy. 4 hours and 20 minutes. And Grace, 4 hours and 22 minutes. Like, that's a long time. That's a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say guilty because Mandy did so. That's a good call, Pete, because we did look at all the evidence. Mandy and I discussed like this, that this woman, there's no doubt she's guilty. The only doubt would be if for some reason the jury just didn't think the case was proven. But she's guilty. She definitely.
I don't know.
Hey, Puff
I think
Bunnies.
she's
What?
I think Miss K could have walked up there and been like, "Hi, you see this text message that says, you know, when we killed him," or whatever the text message was that Lori
He
said.
must have. Yes, that was one of the text messages, Pete. He must have changed the insurance before we got rid of him.
Yeah.
Before we got rid of him. If that don't reek of conspiracy murder, I don't know what does, you know? Like, seriously. Yep, that's what she said. Yeah. And that's what Treena K closed with too, right? Like, that was good. That was pretty good.
Oh, I wasn't. I keep forgetting I'm not muted.
I like this. Pete says, Claire is good at reading stuff I don't have time for. And Mandy on guilty, not guilty. You girls make a good team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because, you know, we started to get it way back with Amber Heard. Amber Turd.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, even before that, like that Teddy Westbrook's lawsuit, that was wild. Like, that was absolutely wild. Like, all fun. Now there's like so many going on. Like after this Karen Reed, we got Sean Combs' federal case coming up in May. He couldn't get his state. He couldn't get it delayed. That's going to be quite interesting. I really don't think they're going to be able to prove that case. I'm sorry. I just don't. Just not going to be able to do it. I just don't really think it. But the one I'm really tracking right now is between right now Rex Harriman, the Long Island serial killer. He's in the middle of a Fry hearing about whether or not there's enough scientific data to support a new genome type testing for DNA that they use to identify rootless hairs and degenerative DNA samples that are like, you know, too old and stuff like that, that other ways of testing are not sufficient for. So they're trying to get that evidence in, but it's not going to matter that much because even if they get this particular test thrown out, they use standard mitochondrial testing. And it did test this, you know, to them. It's just a better match with the new technology. So they did 2 types of testing anyway. So they're still
I'm going to mute for a second.
Get it in. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I've been following that one, Pete. That's like fascinating. Now we've got 7 charges. They're trying to separate the cases, and they want to change the venue. It's interesting. Well, right now we're going through a Fry hearing, and the interesting part is in New York, they're bringing like 1 witness in a week. Like the hearing goes for a day and a half, and then they go a whole week before they do the next one. And it's like all on the same subject, and they're just pacing it out so far. I mean, we're on the 3rd or 4th week of this Fry hearing. One of the scientists for that was an expert testifying on how this new technology was being used in the scientific community and how it is well known. And she actually used a clip from Jurassic Park to explain to everybody how this DNA testing worked. It's pretty rad. She's a professor now. She was working in the department with Ray Tierney, but now she's like a professor at university teaching about this DNA. Isn't that kind of cool? Can you imagine? Like, yeah, the judge is like trying to understand how the technology works. And she whips out a Jurassic Park video to show how they got the dinosaurs to come back. Hollywood. Listen, Hollywood enters a trial and I'm out. Like, no, I ain't taking anything Hollywood does. The New York case is too long and drawn out. Which one, the Long Island serial killer or Sean Combs? They're both in New York. I got a couple cases in New York. I got that body parts case, the Babylon body parts, where the people cut up their accomplice to a robbery, a couple. And two of those members pled out, and we've got two still going up on charges. Well, we got, as far as state cases, the Luigi Mangione case is state. Well, then the federal case is there too. I think that's an overcharge, actually. What?
Okay, sorry.
The dino stuff. Oh, so that, yes, you mean for the Fry hearing for the long. Yes, I agree, Maggie. It's too long. I don't know why they didn't just do a couple of days together. Maybe it was because the calendar was too booked. I don't know. But I don't know how the judge is absorbing all of this. He's going to make a decision, and he heard it like in dribs and drabs. But it happens, right? I mean, I guess it's based on scheduling. It doesn't make any sense to hold it over such a long period of time. Well, the judge hasn't decided on the change of venue or on separating the cases. There's actually good argument on both sides for separating the cases, because Ray Tierney, of course, the DA that made the task force, he doesn't want the cases separate because he said there's no similarity in the way that things were done, in the type of evidence and where the bodies about all of this. Basically, because Rex Harriman wrote out his actually modus operandi on the computer, on his step-by-steps and all. And you can tie most of the murders in just through that one document with little things. And so they don't want to separate it. It's going to be more efficient to do them all together in regards to overlapping evidence and this, that. But just the defense has a really good case for not, because to have 7 murders, I mean, you go in there and you're charged with 7 murders at once, you're going to get judged by that jury from the get-go. It's really kind of setting you up for, a bad outcome, actually, because it's 7 murders. I mean, they're just going to have to make a judgment on it right away. Hey, Mandy.
I didn't mean to do that. I hit them both. So.
No, that's okay. You scared the heck out of me, though. For a minute, I thought that somebody was in the camera for the trial, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is it all the way over there? I was just going for the buttons to try to fix it. I thought something wacky happened.
No, I just realized what I did, so I waved because, I don't really care if people see what I look like, because whatever.
I have pictures of myself out there. I just branded my avatar. I like my little, and now that he's talking, I have a new one. I have a new talkie one that I'm going to bust out in a little bit. Probably.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah.
There you go, Pete. Rewind a little bit and pause, Pete. You'll see what I look like.
Or go to her Facebook. She's always putting up pictures of herself up there. Like,
people learned a lot on my Facebook. You're on my Facebook because I love you.
Sorry. Because I'm special. Oh, I feel so special now. You hear that, world? You hear that? Yeah. That's nice. There's a place that I can actually get into that's not just locked against me like some of these socials, like, because people are so weird. Like, people.
Yeah, no, Facebook is, almost 20 years of my life when my kids were little, and so I have to know you pretty well for you to be
Yeah,
allowed
well,
on my
you know
Facebook.
that when I got like seriously doxxed and harassed way back through a gaming site in like 2016. And so I had to scrub my Facebook. Like I had you're on both of my Facebooks, the one for the channel and my personal one. And you'll see
Right.
that remember I was all scrubbed. Like I had to take every damn thing off of there. They were horrible. Horrible. They went after every family member, like every
Hmm.
it was one of the worst experiences I've ever had, which probably got me ready for like out here on Twitter with socials with
Yeah.
these like weirdo, not everybody, not people in the chat and they follow me. I'm just talking about like this one little crew of I don't know what degenerates. I don't know what you call them. I guess that's even too harsh a word because like I don't even care enough to call them that, to tell you the truth. There's
Yeah.
nobody's yeah. Nobody's minding everybody else's business. Yeah. Yeah, she made her on-scene camera crash, Pete. You see that? Yep.
Pete, if you have X, just follow me. I literally post pictures of myself on X.
Yeah, she
I don't,
does. She does.
I don't,
Is she?
I don't
Yeah.
care. I'm proud of who I am and where I am right now.
Well,
So,
you really should be. You know, you take the power back. Just like when they tried to dox my picture of it, I said, like, I don't care. Let me just bring it on my own channel and tell everybody what they did. You know, what are you going to do? They can't hurt you unless you let them. You know.
mhm.
Well, you know, they just look like idiots. Well, late Pete, you missed the Sunday hang was 420. Like we actually just hung out on Sunday on the channel for 420 for
Oh my
Easter.
gosh, I'm gonna send you a picture to put on the screen so you can show Pete 420. Okay, hold on.
Oh yeah, that one.
Hold on.
Hey Teresa.
Where
Yeah,
should I
420
put
Easter.
it?
You can send it either way, either to Twitter or to Discord. Because I just open it on a tab and then I can display it. But I have to bring this down to display it real quick. If that's what you want. Like I'll have to bring down the verdict watch, but I can put it up for a minute. I don't think we'll miss anything. Yep, we missed nothing. It was a total nothing stream, our Sundays. There she is. Okay.
This shirt's amazing.
It is. Yeah, see, I'll just open it in a tab. Now let me go over here. And I've gotta just I have to stop that for a second and then put this up. Hold on.
And I told you why my mom gave me that one, right? Because it has a little
Yep.
workout headband on.
Yep. You see the little workout headband? Let me take this off so you can see this for a second. Can you see that okay? Like it's smoking. It's got little colored eggs. Oh my God. Happy 420 Easter. This is silly. That would have been fantastic. Yeah.
You know?
I know. I'm gonna get that.
Oh, too funny.
Watch Mandy after all these years. Wouldn't it be funny if that's the thing that they threatened to take my video down because of a smoking rabbit? Of all the things that have happened on my channel, it was a smoking rabbit. That's what did it. Yeah.
Oh my God. That would
Well, my
suck.
50th law
It would be
stream.
Mandy's fault.
Oh gosh, Mandy did it. Yes, Mandy did it. Did you send it to me, Pete, last year? I don't think you did send me an actual picture of you. You sent me a cartoon, and I got a cartoon like I got a meme from you like a little while ago. You sure you sent me a picture? I would remember that. I'm gonna go look.
I'd remember that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I would remember. You know, because because I remember the Murdaugh trial with you, and it was so much fun. And the amount of information this man threw at me, like all these documentary, like everything. He had links to everything. Like I didn't have to go anywhere. I watched documentary after documentary and helping in tying everything together. The Mallory Beach case, for the boat, the different lawyers, all the extra information, like the information. It was so nice. It's just so nice to like to have some like talking to people to help tie everything together, because that was an immense case when you think about it. All those financial crimes, like something like 118 indictments, 120 something, I think we ended up with. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you guys. Hey, Pete, did you see that Lafitte? He got a new trial and he ended up pleading out. He's not going to trial. He ended up pleading out. He's going back to jail. Yeah. I was like, why did he bother? Why? He pled out. I was very just. Is this going to be a show yourself stream? Nope, it ain't going to be me show yourself. That was Mandy's idea. No, you guys do whatever you want, but nope, it ain't going to be a show. Bear ain't showing nothing. What's his name?
Bear is beautiful.
Bear ain't showing the bit. Yes, I would agree, but I'm not going to show anybody to prove it. That's right. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yep. I mean, you can go to an old stream and see it. There's a mayhem from in the beginning of the year. Wasn't it just the beginning of this year? Oh, was it this what the picture? Pete, are you saying oh, you know what? I'll have to go back. He says, yes, I did, Claire. It was the first message I sent to you. That makes it sound so ominous there, Pete.
What was the second message? That's the real question.
I'll never tell. That's between Pete and I. Those messages are sealed, just like every message I get. Like, that's sealed, man. You don't. Nope.
Oh my gosh, Liam, for real.
Unsolicited Pete pic. That's funny, but it wasn't like that. Like, I'm gonna have to vouch for Pete. He didn't do that. No, he didn't do that. But that is funny, Liam. I think so. Just like the hashtags I didn't put up before Rocket Couch was like free Rocket Couch because I banned him on Twitch accidentally, the poor guy. He does so much. I did. I hit him and said, like, there's these bots on Twitch that sell views and stuff. And Twitch doesn't like it, and we don't like it. Like, it's against policy. It's against, terms of service. So Twitch likes that you report them. So I reported it, and then I went to ban it, but I went up too far past the message, and I hit couch instead of the message, to ban it out. I ended up banning them both, but kind of got couch, and then I had to figure out how to find him and unban him and then remod him. It was a whole adventure because I don't know that much about Twitch yet. I'm a mod on Twitch, like I mod Wrecker's channel, and I was helping out, I think, on one of the other channels from the asylum. It was either Mallory or Patrick or somebody. And I learned a lot when I was on Patrick's channel, like hanging out there, how to do stuff like polls and things like that. But I forget it all because it's been so long. Like, I haven't had to do anything, Collateral couch, exactly. It's terrible. Yeah, we keep it all between us, the second, the third, like all those messages, Pete. Ominous. Yes, they made it sound so like,
Oh goodness.
Yeah. Hey, Pete, I'm happy. I get to use my big words like ominous and nefarious and all this. Like, I get to use my big language. I like it, Do you do anything with Grammarly, Mandy, or anybody in the chat? Like, I get my report from Grammarly all the time, and it says you use more unique language than 97% of the population. I'm like, what? Do I make my own language up or what? Like, that makes me sound like I'm making stuff up. So they don't, I
never
don't use
have.
common words. No, it gets me all the time because I use the ... too much. It's always yelling at me.
Oh, I do too. Yeah. Okay.
But
Well, I'm not sure what's going on with this. I need to focus on work for a minute because I have to do some banking from yesterday.
All right.
So I'm going to step down for a while.
Okay.
And you'd like text me if we get a notification. If not, I'll just come back around in a while.
We should. They did say we would get 30 minutes to 60,
Right.
30 to 60 minutes, hopefully. But do you want me to text you if there's a jury question? No, because when you come back, I could just tell you what it was, really. I don't want to make you run around for a jury question. By the time you pop back up, it'd be over with, probably,
For real.
For real, right? So I'll text you if they say verdict. But
perfect.
We'll see. Well, we're hanging out. This is going to be the longest wait. Hopefully not that long. They should be coming back soon.
Right. Good to see everyone.
Thanks.
Good to see you, Pete. Hit me up, y'all. See you soon.
Oh, I'm going to be back tomorrow morning for sure for Karen Reed. I'm thinking I might change since she's going. I'll change the format. Let me just see. This one? Hold on a second. There we go. Woof. Then I know if I muted myself or not, at least. But yeah, Tony, no skullduggery yet. Not yet, anyway. Unique words. Yes. Liam, too many unique words. Only 15 hours till we are right? What do you mean? We said, oh no, 1.5. I'm sorry, I didn't see the little period. Actually, Pete, sometimes I do use Chat GPT. Like occasionally. You know what I use it for? To pull the articles all together about a subject into one place for me to read. Like, because you know how it gives all the sources? That way I don't have to like have this a feed up with all of them there and go one by one by one. Yes, I do. I actually do. do. I actually use it to make memes and images and even avatars. Like, and one of the things I do use it a lot for, I use AI art to create the imagery for my series reading Douglas Adams for the Hitchhiker's Guide. We're on book 3, Life, the Universe, and Everything. And so I make the panels up, but I use AI for that. I do. It costs me a couple of bucks a month, and I can have each case in a file, like in a section. And then I just go, okay, today's date, give me all the updates since this date. And it pulls up like the main sources that have the best part, the best ratings. It'll give me like 10 articles where I could search some stuff. It can also lead me to the right county clerk's office and stuff like that. It can give me links to the courthouses to get the records myself. It tells sometimes the articles don't tell me who the judge is or who the new public defenders are, so I can ask. It'll search through stuff and just give me a simple answer like that. Hell, if you ask it the right way, you could get Chat GPT to write your narrative, to do your whole show for true crime if you wanted. Like it can write little paragraphs and synopsises, about stuff. I mean, I think everybody has some issue with AI art. I get that. But for what I'm using it for, Rocket Couch, I'm not like putting it out there like unique art and selling it. I am making like a graphic, so to speak. you know, in graphic artists that use computers and all, like, they would be charging a lot of money for that. I can do it myself. I don't think it can replace creativity or originality, and people who are actually looking at that for their art and for their projects, it will never replace that. But for simple things, it will. Definitely it will. I think everybody has some level of issue with it. On the morality of using it, I don't think there's any more of a morality issue than digital artists not being, like, digital artists consider themselves artists, and actually traditional artists were against that. So, like, I don't really see the morality issue of it. Um we live in a capitalist society that's industrialized, and there are new ways to do things all the time that put people out of work and change jobs, and you have to do things more, a little differently, a little more inventive. But like I said, it will never replace creativity and originality. And so for true artists who want to hang on to that, it's just in a matter of marketing themselves as unique, original, maybe even having to up their prices to cover for, like, the lack of traffic. Because let's face it, the people that buy art, real art, are a select few. A lot of us are not, like, collecting it and putting it up. Um, it's kind of like there's a morality issue against AI, and yet hotels around the world have been putting fake art in their buildings and in their hotel rooms forever. They're not paying artists to do that. They're mass printing stuff. So, that's why, it kind of turns me a little when they talk about the morality of it. It's you know, it's kind of makes me feel they're being a little bit entitled about it. What makes that section better than any other to not be replaced, innovated, or moved forward with progress? But like I said, just like original, they do the same thing with music. There's digital music and you can copy voices now, but actual true musicians can never truly be replaced. Are there going to be different ways that they're used? Are certain jobs going to be phased out? Absolutely. But the creativity that exists there and the ability that exists there, that can't be AI. You used to be okay. Hi, Joshua. Welcome, Joshua Davidson. I used to be big into photography, and I was very against digital photography 20 years ago, right? And now digital photography is like a huge thing, right? So, like, I get it. I think that's a positive and a negative column, but at the same time, it's a kind of what I'm saying. Like, nobody wants to replace all of these things or to move things out into retirement and things like that. We don't want to, but we can't deny progress and we can't deny technology. The morality is the same as for any tool. It is the initiation behind the use that makes it the use of moral or not. You got it, Tony. Exactly. Like when you try to automate our supermarket process and they put all the cashiers out of business because out of work because they're using the self-check stations now, replacing people. Okay. Uh, it's the same thing. Yep. The resolution wasn't as good 20 years ago, was it? Yes. I got to tell you, like, I just saw some pictures that we went on a mushroom hunting trip, and a friend took some pictures, and he's got a really decent camera. I mean, it's not like the best top of the line, but he's really, really good. And just phenomenal, the images and the composition, you know. Later, check my email. I will. I definitely will, Pete. Oh, we're almost coming up. At 1:43, Mrs. Cassandra will lose her part of the bid. She's got 4 minutes. What do you guys think? Is this going to come in within 4 minutes? The problem now is that there are too many pictures as there is no cost. I kind of get it. Yeah, I get it. You know. But like I said, like the moral issue is a really tough one. I understand that people are very passionate about this subject, you know. Liam, I can't even read that. You sound like a serial killer. Like seriously. Or a sadist. I don't know. Just, you know. Hmm. I think but the gags are you know what, Liam? That definitely sounds like serial killer talk. No, but I do understand, Couch. It could be a very, very touchy subject that those are in the art world. Even like those that do composition drawing, those that do technical drawings for manuals, those that do all kinds of different types of creative art using skill and to be replaced by a computer program is not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling, but it's happened in every industry in our country, capitalist, industrialized, in factories, in shopping, in customer service. I mean, even the helplines for customer service, a big change there. They got rid of like most of the people here in America. They farmed them out to foreign countries. Exactly. You need help with that basement, huh, Pete? Yeah, we're waiting to see if there's a verdict. We're just sitting here hanging out, Teresa, on a verdict watch. Uh, Court will be open for quite a while yet. Um, it is noon now, and they usually don't take lunch for another hour. So, calculator used to be a job title. Yeah, well, yes, look at that. Yeah. My job is literally done by robots in Amazon warehouses. My company just can't afford to replace me yet. I get it, Josh. I'm sorry that you're worried about being replacement. No, I know you can do it, Pete. I'm just joking with you. But hey, it would be nice to have some help and not be mopping there all by yourself. I mean, I'm sure a couple more mops would help, you know, get the job done faster. Mm, for sure. More mop. More mop. We need more mop. I gave all the mids to my guests so I could get some time up. Liam, just rolling with it. Uh, Couch says, I just remember I really upset someone who was an artist by bringing up the topic. But yeah, there's a different sides to it. Exactly. For them, it's very personal, especially if they're feeling that they're going to be replaced, if they feel like they're being devalued. You see, the problem here is that the people that are doing it handcrafted, original, and then they get the sense that they themselves are being devalued because others are using for these other small jobs this other computer program. But the way I look at it, and I'm not an artist, I'm just somebody who's using AI. here's the thing. Would I contact that artist to make those panels anyway? No. I would just look for pre-existing ones on the internet and try to find free ones. But at least this way, I'm creating it a little myself, so I don't feel like I'm borrowing somebody or using somebody else's stuff. But I wouldn't contact an original artist to create them anyway. You know, because I don't have that kind of funding or money. Like, so, like, there's different levels of it. That's okay, dear Purple. Although we've been saving them for excitement, unless you're very, very excited to see Joshua. Oh, wow. That happened to me here once too, Pete. Like the sump just couldn't keep up. It got flooded out. So you had a flood for like, oh, wow. That's a lot of water. Oh, Joshua, no, I haven't been following Corey Richins. I did watch it a little personally, but I never put it on the roster. Like I haven't been keeping up with it. Um, I mean, I am following like 23 different cases, but that's not one of them. I'm not following Donna Anderson either, or Anderson, whichever that is. Nope. Like there's tons that I'm not. I will tell you this though. There is this for those of you, let me just get the link. For those of you that do true crime, there's a new Discord that I'm in that is called it's from an account called Seeking Justice, and this Discord has more cases than you can shake a stick at, for sure. Like I would need an army to be able to put all of the stuff in. Like those of you that are in my Discord, like I do keep a room for each case, and I follow the documents and the articles and try to put updates in there. They've got everything. They've got everything. Like I mean, there was stuff on it. The only one that I didn't see in there that I was following was Corey Burke out of Washington, and that would be the young woman who killed her dad allegedly with an ice pick on election night in the Washington area near Seattle. Okay. And I just didn't. That's the only case I didn't see. But then again, there's so much in there I could have missed it. I haven't like checked out every room. But this is an open Discord, and they are looking to grow. They have some rules about like conversations and what people do and all, but like it's just a basic polite rules. It's nothing rigid or anything like that. But if you like true crime, which most of you here do, it's a great place. So for you, Joshua, they probably have a lot about Corey Richards in there, more than I would be able to do. Yeah. And that's what we like to do here is share the information. That's another thing is they make all the information available to people so you could see in black and white yourself the true facts of a case from the documents, you know, from like the trials and the hearings, like instead of some of the rhetoric that we see. Why did the clock stop on the verdict? Hold on. Did my stream stop? Nope, but the clock did. Did you guys catch it? Like, the clock is stopped for the verdict. I wonder if the jury is coming in or it's lunch. Let me go check. I got to go check X. Hold on. Okay, let me just see. Who's in the courtroom? Nate's in the courtroom. Hold on. Let's see what Nate has to say. Jury just walked out 10 minutes ago on lunch. That's why the clock stopped. So they're on lunch. Okay. So they'll deduct it. No, Mrs. C wasn't correct. They're on lunch. They stopped the clock for lunch. Yep, the clock stopped 10 minutes ago. That's what I just found out on X. Nate Eaton posted 10 minutes ago that the jury went to lunch. They got the lunch fast, man. Like, yes, they did. They took a 12 o'clock lunch. They usually have to wait till 1. Well, that might be good for us. That might mean when they come back from lunch that they're going to get the business. It's all done. Like, they just wanted that last free lunch, you know? Maybe they like the egg salad or the tuna fish. Yeah. You know what, Joshua? You're right. He has followed it from the beginning. His channel is saturated with it. But let's not forget where he's from. He's from East Idaho. He's got Kohlberger. In Idaho itself has issues with the death penalty and politics there. Like, I don't think Nate Eaton's gonna have to worry about content. I mean, he's already doing stuff with Kohlberger. That's going to be in Idaho. Idaho, it's nice because all of the big cases, all the filings are free. They put it out there. They usually offer streams. I don't think he's going to be hurting for content. There's plenty of crime and stuff, you know. But you're right. He's very invested in this process. He knows all the players. He gets all the best interviews. And he's a pretty nice guy. Like, he's a really nice person. Like, you know, you can tell like how he's getting along with everybody. He's not very intrusive. I mean, well, Lori Vallow wouldn't say that. He did like follow to Hawaii to ask her questions, but still, and she did put him on the witness list, and the judge let him off. Like, said, no, there's nothing he can add to it. He just reports on the case. He's not the case. He doesn't have case information for her. You know, she said it wasn't to keep him out of the courtroom, but I don't know. Thank you for rewinding to give me the time there, Pete. So, like, that kind of freaked me out. Can you believe I talked for 10 minutes without noticing? And I'm not very aware today. I'm only on 1 cup of coffee and a quarter. Usually, if I've been up this many hours, I usually have at least 3 in me. Thank you. Liam, you had to bring your own lunch to jury and stay in the room. You could not deliberate while others were busy eating, but had to be together. Same if someone needed to use the toilet. Oh, I see. So, like, you guys had to actually stay in the building? Like, Liam, was it like a whole day? Like, did you have a set day? Like, you showed up at 9 o'clock and you got to leave at 5? And you guys brought your own lunch in and all, and you had to, like, stay there until you figured the case out and you just came back every day? I know when they sequester a jury, they bring the food in and everything, and they don't let them leave. They stay overnight and everything. Like, they'll give them a room. They don't want them out in the public or anywhere near the socials. You know, it's got to be so hard to be on a jury right now. Can you imagine being on the Karen Reed case at the jury, and everywhere you go, it's in the socials. It's like everywhere. Or Brian Kohlberger or any of these. I mean, just the actual socials, not in the area. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the neighborhood isn't talking about it, you know, but if you go online. You went to the same college in Idaho as Nate? Yeah. He seems like a really cool guy, you know? I know, like, it's nice to have someone that's familiar with the area and the courts and just the whole thing. Like, I usually try to find a journalist that is familiar with all of that on one of the platforms, either Facebook or Instagram or X, so that you can get like stuff as it happens and then you can research it and all of that, And Nate's been great about that, because even though they do the trial feed from the courtroom, and they put it out there, he also does a blow by blow on his website and on X for everyone to let you know what's going on. And that's been very beneficial with the 30-minute delay, because it can answer a lot of questions. Like, sometimes I would end up sitting here, they would go from a sidebar and then clear the court and go on a break, and I wouldn't even know. But if I went, I would have to keep track on Nate's feed, and I could figure all of that out. He gave us good, and he also gave us good headway about little meetings that would happen and all that. Perhaps they didn't turn the cameras on in time, but weren't private. They weren't secret or anything. Or let us know when sidebars are going too long. Also letting us know little things that happened in the courtroom, like who Lori acknowledged, like when her son came to visit to see the proceedings, rather, and who was with him, what kind of day some of the family members were having, and even some of the jury reaction. I remember reading it was only from the journalists that you could read that while they were describing some of these text messages between Chad and Lori, and disclosing the fact that she had an affair and all of this, like they were just dog staring her, like, completely, just straight out, just like, because remember, like, she went after the one witness who went on one date with Charles and said, "Oh, you always always date married men?" And it's like, well, he said he was separated, and here she was standing there in indignation when she was the one who had the affair with Chad Daybell, a married man, had spent like 72 days away from Charles Vallow, her husband, 58 of them amongst the presence of Chad Daybell, flying back and forth from Idaho to Arizona with him, being in Hawaii with him. Making up fake accounts all over the place. Like, talk about pot kettle black. Yes, national services don't have a lot of the nuances that local sources tend to have. And you know which case that was really, really important? Now we're going to come back to Pete. You know what I'm going to say? Go say Berta. I'm going to say Fitz News in Carolina. Yep. And they just, there were a couple of accounts that, journalists that were doing reporting from that area, and it was crazy because there was a lot of politics involved in this. Yup, murder. Yes, Pete. And Bubba. It's been a while since we talked about Bubba. Bubba. Yes. Yeah, Lori Vallow Daybell can't blame anything on Bubba. Nope. That was fun. I Couch, if you're listening, I really appreciate that bingo thing that about the fan for Karen Reed. It says, like, I'm a fan of this trial, and it's in capital letters, because in the Karen Reed trial, for all of the hearings and all of the stuff, they just keep showing that ceiling fan. Yep. Not since last week. I know we did bring it up last week with bingo with Bubba. Yeah, Liam, she don't have to apologize for anything, Lori Vallow. Like, she did no repent, no regrets. Bubba knows. Yeah, Bubba knows. Bubba knows for sure. Yeah. What do you think of the chances are of Murdaugh getting a new trial on appeal? I read the appeal that Harpootlian and Jim put out. Gosh, what's Jim's last name? Why am I drawing a blank? But I can't forget the name Harpootlian. they did do a pretty bang up job. And it wasn't focused just on the juror or any of that, but it goes into the court clerk, goes into quite a few different areas, so there's lots of areas to check out there. They didn't focus on just one part. It was quite hefty. It was quite hefty to read. And I think there might be a slight chance because even just like, even when it comes to jury tampering, it does, it's just the nuance of it, just the thought of it that sets the whole system afire, So just as a nod to precaution, they might do a new trial. And then what are we gonna do? Oh boy, talk about a reunion, huh? That chicken goblin was coming to it. I know, poor chicken. Bubba, he just wanted to have fun. He's a good boy. Griffin, there you go. Thank you, Pete. Saves me with a name again. Yes, he did. Even if he gets a new trial, it's not like he's not going to get out. They did not go to negotiate his new sentencing or anything federal or state with any of his financial crimes. Absolutely not. That just got denied straight out. So even if he gets a new trial and for some reason he's found not guilty, he's still spending his life in jail. He ain't going anywhere. He's just not going to be called a murderer anymore. We were talking the other day about starting an award show at the end of the year, the Clairview Crimies. Yeah, we're going to run like, most patient judge, worst pro se, you know, uh, I don't know. I want to put one in there for worst legal manners, like which one of these attorneys just did the worst in court. Like, I know in the Murdaugh trial, it would have been when that guy grabbed the gun and pointed it at somebody, and he kept touching the evidence without gloves on. Like, Mater, yes, Mr. Mater. I was so upset with him. I was just like, dude, what are you doing? Total insanity. Total insanity. Buster's still suing with Netflix and all of that. That's still going on, that civil suit. I was just looking at it the other day. I know. What are you doing? Like, he literally pointed that gun, a gun. Like, they know better. They know better. Yeah, it was a little insane. And then I remember everybody yelling every time he went to touch the evidence. He never put on gloves or anything. He wasn't very cooperative, and he was way too touchy with the witnesses. He was always laying hands on their shoulders like a hiya hun kind of stuff. Yup. Yep. On the shoulder or behind the shoulder, like right on the back there. Yup, too much. Getting too close, getting into their personal space. Hey, Couch. Couch says he's been in and out. I was just thanking you for the lovely fan um bingo square. I'm a fan of this trial. It is in big letters to honor the Reed trial. It's really cool because that fan is definitely the thing. You're making sloppy joes? Those are always nice. Bit used to the shaky cam. That means he's there fiddling with it. I wonder, did you see it move? Yeah. No, of course homemade. Yeah. My mom tried to do that canned stuff just once, but we could all taste the difference. We didn't like it very much. It's like way too sweet and way too salty at the same time. I'll put this up for you, Couch. Just so everyone's aware, Couch does accept fan mail. Oh, jeez. Best use of shaky cam as a category. Oh, okay. I didn't see. Okay, Liam, because that's what I was talking about. And then you answered, but I had moved on. Okay. And then I caught it out of the corner of my eye. So, yes, best use of shaky cam or worst use of cam. And we could do worst audio for a trial. That was definitely, there's going to be quite a few candidates for that. And yeah, epic AV fails, like in the Murdaugh trial when they couldn't get the equipment to work, or like we've had that in almost every trial, huh? Where something goes wrong with it. Yeah, that's above 2. Okay, thank you. Worst microphone etiquette. I want to know who in the Lori Vallow Daybell case is sitting there next to their open mic. It's either on the prosecution desk or the defense desk. And they are twiddling things about, banging things, opening up files, like using a stapler. I mean, you've all heard it, right? Like, I mean, it's going occasional typing, which I thought was near the judge, like one of the clerks up there. But now I'm not sure, because I heard it pretty loud, and they actually did a camera shot up there, and it didn't look like that person was even typing at the time. Mm-hmm. The lunch is going to be long. It's only 25 minutes into lunch. I wonder if they're going to get a full hour. Your son, like my son, let me just put that up. My son likes bacon in his sloppy joe, so I'm cooking that first. It takes a little while to cook the bacon because you cook it low and slow. You know how I make my bacon? In the oven. And that way it doesn't shrink as much, and you do cook it low and slow, and it gets like nice and crispy, but you don't lose a lot of the volume. I put it on a rack. I will always remember the toilet flush sound in Murdaugh trial where the female judge was like, what just happened in the chick juror with their eggs? Yeah, the chick juror with eggs. And the female judge, you mean Judge Toll at the end? Yeah, she was funny. I mean, not funny, but like, yeah, she was like, what was that? Yeah. We've had a few phones go off. In Lori Vallow, the judge actually said, if I hear that phone again, we will take your phone. Like, turn your phones off or you'll be ejected. Like, he was really annoying. Well, in the Karen Reed case, there's been some really weird overhead speaker noises and like interruptions coming in, like announcements and stuff. I've heard. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, you chop it up. Yeah. So if you're cooking the bits, then definitely on top of the stove because it would burn in the oven anyway. It's too small. I get it. But I do like bacon. I don't think I could ever give up bacon or cheese or chocolate. They're my like 3 things. Bad bear. Oh. Okay. So I was planning that it was going to get towards lunch soon, but I need to let the dog out the back. to do his thing, real quick. So I'm just going to put music on. I'll be back like no more than 10 minutes. Sorry about that, guys, but like when he gotta go, he gotta go. I'm sure you understand. I definitely don't want to leave him too long. Let's see. We'll put my theme song on and I'll be right back. Only be a couple minutes. But Toro rules, So I have finally made it back. Sorry for the delay. I must say the Toro is just, well, he's very unique. Very unique dog. I've never had a dog like this before. I think I've told some of you before that he's a rescue pet. And, well, to be honest, I have never seen an animal have such a humanistic enjoyment of nature and freedom. I think I told the story a little while ago about it. A couple of days ago, he's sitting in the yard in the rain, looking up at the stars, because we had that kind of rainstorm that even though it's raining, like the clouds are over to one side, they're not really like overhead. So he's like looking to the other side where it's clear and he can see stars in the sky while it's raining. And then I'm just like trying to get him in the house and he don't want to come because he's like fascinated. He's just having a good old time, just enjoying himself. So I try to get him in now when I let him out. And because it's been a little bit windy, it's spring, my bulbs are blooming in the yard. I got hyacinths and tulips and daffodils. The tulips, they're a little raggedy right now because it's been windy. And, they don't really last that long anyway. So a couple of days in and the petals start to fall. So there's this big blanket of colorful petals all around this one patch. This dog is over there putting his nose in them and throwing them up in the air and then running under them and stuff. Literally, he's like playing with the petals, like throwing them around, like in this great, like it's like a new toy. Like he's just, I can't get mad at him because he has such an exuberance. It's quite fascinating, actually, what the things that he finds fascinating about life. Well, he had been at the kennel for a year. Yeah. So just to see him appreciating the little things in life like that is such a joy. Hey, Beck, how you doing? Thank you, Maya. It's good to be back. And yes, Liam, I would love to use some original music, but you would have to send me an audio file. And I can see if it can fit. I might have to trim it down if it's okay to you that I only use a part, but I'd love to put it there. The piece that I was playing before is a few years old. And our friend Recker wrote that when we first met. He wrote some channel music for me to use for some things. That was one of the pieces. So, say, Beck, how you doing? I didn't know that was when you wrote that original piece, it was for a friend. That's really cool, Liam. So, anything else going on while I was gone? Playing with the dog in the backyard? Hi, Mrs. Cassandra. Mrs. Cassandra, if they come back with the verdict after lunch, you may win, but you're like 3 minutes out from losing your time if you'd like to guess another one. When it was like 43, you said another hour from now. So I clocked it down at 1:43. And they actually froze the clock when they went to lunch. I don't know if you're still here. Well, the other trial is, I think they're going to have from what I saw, I think they were like quite a ways in. They had cross and redirect, of course, by Timothy, for Timothy Nuttall, the first responder paramedic, who, Alan Jackson is trying to just totally discredit this kid. And of course, I can see a pattern emerging already. He's using the already discredited Michael Proctor's reports where he just wrote whatever. And several witnesses had already said that what was in the reports isn't exactly what they had said. And so there's just going to be a way of discrediting everybody based on this one person's actions. But I guess it's how they answer, because just because you don't remember the difference between somebody saying the same words twice or 3 times, she still said it. Like, I don't know if that's going to make him a liar or not. Like, I don't think he's a liar. It is 3.5 years later. He has been able to review the situation, knowing he had to testify over and over in his head. And he could probably recall it better in some instances, but worse in others. Like, if he says he doesn't remember a random meeting with somebody about something, I mean, it's not like that unusual. But in these trials, they will try to make everything something out of nothing, you know, or make it bigger than it is. And that's kind of their job. I can't really fault them on any of that. In the Mandy had posted something on Twitter for us that actually said that Alan Jackson is taking that actual angle, which we could talk about tomorrow when we do Karen Read more. But the reason he's focusing on that is she made a statement in one of her interviews that said, I may have said it, but I didn't say it as many times as they said I said it. Like, so they're going to make a big deal about that. They're going to try, since all of her out of court statements are being brought in because of her inconsistencies in stories, and she's not taking the stand. They're going to try to find counterparts in it to argue and bring into the charge to make it like less less damaging. Yeah. Yeah, I'm back, Maggie. If you're here, I'm back now. I had to take the dog out, and I knew they weren't coming back until like they're not even back. They haven't started the clock yet, so they're not back from lunch. Because I have the stream up, and I have the stream up to date. As you can see, like I just refreshed it, and it's yep. You don't see me? Like, can you hear me talking? You guys can hear me, right? Because Maggie says, I'm confused. Is Claire coming back? But I've been back for like quite a few minutes already. They should be back from lunch any minute. They went out just about an hour ago. Oh, thank you, Beck. Thank you, Joshua. To answer your question that I heard, no, we can't hear you. You sound like Quiz now, Couch. Stop it. Stop it. She might be, yes. Yeah, I did have music playing for a while. I had to take the dog out, Maggie. And if you refresh the stream, it'll bring it up to date. It depends on, it, just so you guys know that Couch actually said that. He actually did say, to answer your question that I heard, no, we can't hear you. Like, I'm not making it up. Someone has to fill in for Brother Bob. No, you don't, Couch. No, not really. He gives me such a hard time. He really is like a little brother. He pokes at me constantly. Jostles. He's yeah, keeping me on my toes. Okay, I'm going to refresh their stream just to make sure and pop it back up real quick because I want to make sure everything is good. I want to get that time clock going as soon as they turn it back on. I wonder if I'm going to catch it out of the corner of my eye this time, or is 10 minutes going to go by like before? I mean, a lot of you in the chat have pets too. Don't they? Do they do crazy stuff like that that makes you think that that's a very human trait? I mean, actually doing something silly like that reminded me like a little kid. Like, I guess it is like animals do appreciate nature and freedom and all of that. I get it, But man, he just seems like a little too much about it. Oh yeah, Liam, I'm not putting that up, but yeah, fair point. point made. Definitely. All right, let me check X to see if Nate knows what's going on. Oh, let's see. Well, that was an hour ago. They're still. Why are they not coming up? Okay. There we go. No. 1 hour. I'm wondering if they have reached a verdict. And after lunch, they will let the judge know. Does Lori Vallow spend the day in the cell by the court while the jury is deliberating, or do they take her back to jail? I don't see that they're back from lunch yet. Nobody posted they're back. A lot of people complaining that they went to lunch so quick. Like they want them to deliberate and get it over with. Like stop just, hanging. It ain't fun time. They've been off since Wednesday. And people, I'm serious, like Nate's thread here is full of people complaining that they took lunch. Yeah. And thank you, Mandy. I do believe she has to stay in the jail, downstairs in the holding area, right? That's what I was thinking. I was just about to say. And hi, nice to see you. They haven't started the clock back from lunch yet. Tiger loves to throw leaves up in the air and catch them. She would also watch sunsets with her sister. Oh, that's his house. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so sweet, Liam. At least my dog isn't the only one that's like a nature lover, playful like that. I don't blame the jury. A free lunch is a free lunch. Exactly, Joshua. I mean, it's not like they paid them for their service or anything, and they got to sit there. They had to listen to all this, and they have to put up with Lori Vallow Daybell's ridiculousness. Like, come on, like they deserve a free lunch. What are these people complaining about? I don't have no problem with it. What do you mean my description? In my video, I would have to look. I don't have the video up. I could go find it though. Wait. Lori, yes. Oh my God, it is. Oh wow. It says Lori Valley Daybell instead of Vallow. Thank you so much. I'm actually very grateful that you said that, Beck, because the reason I have that hashtag that way is is so that it hits the algorithm. So it ain't gonna hit the algorithm like that for sure. Okay, now we got it. Okay. Lori Vallow Daybell. Oh, damn. That you got a good eye. Like I did not catch that. You know how that happens when you do hashtags, like it prompts you and you can just click it. And I probably didn't catch the whole thing out of the corner of my eye. No, that's okay. Yeah. The hashtag. Yeah, the title. Yeah, in the hashtag. Oh, the hashtag in the title. I got it. Thank you. Valley Daybell. It is funny. It's like Valley of the Dolls Daybell. Was there a crazy one in Valley of the Dolls? Like, I believe there was. Thank you. No, I never mind being corrected. I would rather be corrected than leave it out there like that. And I am forever making typos. Like, it's not, I mean, almost everyone I put up, somebody's contacting me to tell me I got a typo somewhere. No, it wasn't a joke, although it is pretty funny. I would say it wasn't in. Let's just say if it is a joke, it's in an unintentional one. And sometimes those are the funniest ones. Yeah, to tell you the truth. Yep. Well, it's fixed now. It should get fixed. That's okay. The other day, I actually put up several streams, and there wasn't a single thumbnail on any of them, even though I spent the day prior making all the thumbnails. Like I just forgot to put the thumbnail on the streams. I just went ahead and was like, la 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 la, just like making all the streams, working up a routine, doing everything, ticking all the boxes. Forgot to tick the thumbnail box. It was ridiculous. Somebody goes, "Hey, that's weird. I can only see your channel banner. What's going on?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Yes, that's right, Liam. I'm going to go with that. They're not typos. Grammarly says their original use of words. That's right. That's why I'll be the 97 percentile. Like I'm up at the top. I use more unique words than 97% of of the rest of the people that are on Grammarly. It's always a very high number like that, anywhere from like 90 to 97, like week to week. Yes, Jen. Free lunch. You get $12 a day plus mileage. It's hardly a free lunch. Mickey D's. That's true. You can't even get it anywhere. It's like exactly. So let them have their tuna fish sandwich. Like seriously. Did the banner follow the two of us into the corner? I don't know what that means though. I had a different banner. It goes all the way across the bottom when Mandy and I are on, because I have to bring us up higher, because the scroll for law and crime goes all the way across the bottom of the page. Wait, this one? Lori Vallow Daybell or Karen Reed? Which one? Joshua, are you talking about this one? It was in the same courthouse as the Jodi Arias trial? I didn't know that. Claire, did you know your video, Lady in the Fishnet, has 11,000 views? Yes, I did. That's Christopher Moore. He's a nice author and he's on Twitter, and he actually let me do that audio, although he told me that I talk too slow. But he says everybody who does audiobooks talks too slow. Yeah, he let me. It's one of his only short stories. He has one other one, and I did ask him if I can do that one too, and I have it in the works, but it's going to be a while because I am working on the other library, Bears Library project right now for the Douglas Adams books. And right now we're on book 3. I think when we finish uploading book 3, I will do the next Christopher Moore short. But I had fun doing it, and I was very happy to see that go out. I think because he commented on it and he helped me by commenting on it when I posted it on Twitter. I think that's what generated a lot of the views, because he's funny. He's a funny Twitter account to follow. He's got a great sense of humor. He's a writer, and his books are amazing. Jen actually turned me on to his books. Yes, and I absolutely love his writing. He's kind of like sci-fi, modern, quirky, sarcastic, or fantastical humor, supernatural, like everything's in there. Everything's in there. You're gonna do a seductive reading of 50 Shades on your channel? Ooh, can I have a part? Why don't we do it as role play? Why don't you dole out parts and we'll all do it? I had so much fun doing a twisted fairy tale with everybody. We all did parts. It was great. I don't know. I like I'm a little bit nerdy. Y'all know that. Not only do I read a lot of legal briefs and I do this as a hobby, but I absolutely love bringing literature to YouTube. Am I going to be Christian? I don't know. Can my voice get deep enough? I think I could carry the attitude if I wasn't cracking up at myself. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be Christian. I think you need a much more masculine Christian. Yeah. Yeah, Couch wants to do a part in his best Gilbert Godfrey. Oh my God, could you imagine 50 Shades of Grey done by like comedians? Like, just think of like, Benny Hill, Gilbert Godfrey, Jack Black, oh my God, Josh Johnson. He's one that I follow right now. Oh my God, let's bring the Scotsman. Let's bring Billy Connolly in, like, too. Like, let's get some accents in it. It would be hysterical. I just ruined the whole thing there for you, Mandy. Don't take any channel advice from me. Seriously, do not. Do not. I do it all weird. And you're right, man. I do love Chris Moore's books now, Jen. And look, I have not read a bad one. I have enjoyed every single one that I've read, and it's quite a catalog to get through. Did he? Joshua, you are a wealth of information. Gilbert Godfrey actually read 50 Shades of Grey as a bit of on a talk show years ago. Did he? Oh my God. Well, there you go. That's why you brought you knew that too? I did not know this. I did not know this. You send it to her, Jen. She'll read. Send it to her. It would be funny, but I do enjoy doing the reads, and I'm so glad that so many people enjoy being part of it too. It's nice to have all the different voices in every. And we got a comment on it recently about someone saying like we couldn't outdo Douglas Adams when he did the audiobooks for it. Of course we can, but he said it was really nice that a group of friends are out here doing something they like, and I have to tell you that actually really meant a lot to me. Like, they could tell that everybody was enjoying it, reading it, and having a good time. It's not supposed to be perfect. We're all just supposed to love it. Bring it up. Click on what? We have 2 minutes. Okay, hold on. They're not going to let me play this, though. I can't. If I play it, I might lose the whole stream to a copyright, and then they'll leave it up there and they'll send everything to Gilbert Godfrey, and they won't be able to play for court documents this month. But I'm going to play it. Have I gotten the fluke yet? I'm terrible with titles. I am terrible with titles, Jen, but the title doesn't sound familiar with me. And I've been reading some classics out loud with a friend. Like, we're on 1984 now. We finished Animal Farm. We did that long series that Charlie recommended, The Passage from Justin Cronin. Man, those books were over 800 pages each book, and there were 3 of them. I'm going to watch it. If it made you laugh that hard, I'm definitely going to watch it. Thank you for sharing it, Mandy. If you actually did it, you think your wife would divorce you? Why? It would be funny. I mean, it's only a book. It's not like you're doing the deeds. You know what I mean? Like, it's. I don't think I got to fluke it. The title doesn't sound familiar to me. I did read the Christmas one about the angel over the holiday. We read that one specifically because it was around the holiday, the Christmas angel one. And that was a shorter one. And then I've been looking at Noah, and then there was the one. What is the one with the the creature that can turn into almost anything, and it's kind of invisible, but it's not. And it goes to like the trailer parks, but the trailer parks are all like cylinder looking like things, and coffee shops and stuff like that. And it keeps like. Thank you, Liam. I did see I got a Discord notification, but I haven't gone over there yet. Is that where you sent it? Thank you. I appreciate it. If I use any of it, I'll definitely tag you in whatever I use it on for sure. People should go check out your channel for some stuff. What's the story of Fluke about, Jin? The Stupidest Angel is the one I read for Christmas. Yeah. Well, what's Fluke about? Yeah, I do recommend. Mandy says, check out that link above, guys. That's Gilbert Godfrey. It was very funny. I just can't pull it up. I don't want to. Why have they not started the clock back? Like, this is well past lunch. I mean, how long do they get to go out on lunch? I'm going back on Twitter because I cannot believe that they're still out. You know? It just doesn't seem reasonable, does it? That they're still out? It's well past an hour. Wasn't lunch always an hour? Yeah, at least 15 minutes ago, right? I thought it was only allowed. Everybody's wondering if they've reached a verdict because they're not back. Like, everybody's speculating on here. Let's just see. Uh-oh. There's a new feed. That's what it is. Damn it. They're saying they have a verdict. Hold on. That's why the time didn't stop, because we're waiting for them to come up. Let me read what this is from. Kathy Rawson. She's from Law. She's one of the editors over at Law and Crime. We have the verdict clock going on that feed. Oh, wait, but that doesn't mean they have a verdict. That's just the verdict clock. That was 2 hours ago. No, they don't have a verdict. Don't get excited. I was definitely wrong. Sorry about that. I don't know why it's not changing. I'm still looking to see if there's any information as to why they're not back yet. Lunchtime. That was more. Oh. Nope. Yeah, so 2 hours ago, they had just walked by and entered their meeting room, and then they were there for an hour, and then they went out to lunch. I don't know. Let me just see if I can find anybody else. I think Justin Lum was also doing okay. Oh, they're not coming back until 4:30. Oh, so they're not supposed to be back for another 4 minutes, so nothing to worry about. Okay. Oh gosh. Sorry. Just going to file this out. Let's see. Can you imagine going through the trial not knowing anything about Lori Vallow, and then after the verdict comes out, you find out about Tylee and JJ? I was wondering about that. Like, how can you imagine if you were on the jury and you don't know about this information, but you find out about it later? How are you going to feel about what you deliberated? Are you going to be able to wrestle with that and know that that was the right thing to do? Because anything like that would be so prejudicial to determining the real facts of any case. To know that her own children, she's been convicted of murdering, and her new husband's wife. Then, of course, if her husband died also, you're going to be like, of course she did it. You know, it's so much more prejudicial than probative to all of us. Like, we know about it already, you know. It's such a huge case. It's crazy they could find a jury that didn't know about it. Yes, thankfully it was a completely different state, you know. But actually, if they, I mean, they only know about it because their name is not popular there and it's not like talked about. But all you have to do is put her name into a computer and boom, it's everywhere, you know. And that's the problem, you know. Are the jury allowed to talk about what happened to them? You mean their experience as jurors? Yes, most judges will say it is up to you if you want to be contacted enough. Your identity, you know, everything is confidential. Like, they're not allowed to contact you unless you want them to. There are gag orders in certain jury cases, like in Karen Reed, nobody's allowed to contact them at all. It depends on the case, but usually at the end of the case, it's up to the jury whether they want to speak to the press. There's plenty of them that go out and do tours. Oh, you mean what happened to the kids? Are they allowed to talk about that? No, they don't know. It is not part of the case. They, even if they asked, I don't know how the judge would answer. Because if Lori took the stand, they were allowed to say that she was a felon, perhaps not what charges she was convicted of, because it goes to credibility. And that was the decision. Well, to mention, they were mentioning JJ and Tylee's names because they are part of the scenario that happened in the incident with Charles Vallow. They were both present. So it was part of the instructions and part of the hearings that went on, how those names would be presented and up to what information. And the only one who could open the door to Idaho was Lori. And she got close a few times by mentioning Idaho detectives and things like that. And the prosecution could have waited for it, but they didn't. It would have been a really horrible thing to do, and it definitely would have guaranteed an appeal in a new trial, because it's definitely much more prejudicial than probative. You know, there's no benefit to it. It would definitely turn the jury. I mean, to know especially about that case. So I don't think they are allowed to talk about it if they know. I wonder if they can speculate themselves. I'm sure they are speculating. Why isn't Tylee there? Why is she talking in past terms about JJ? Where is Chad Daybell? Like, he's not there supporting her, her new husband. There's no mention of any of that. Where's her family supporting her? You know? Yes, the clock is still stopped. I'm going to just double check that it's, yep, because they're coming back at 4:30. The clock should start any minute now, actually. Sure. Yep, it just started. The clock started. It's not broke. They're back from lunch. I did read on Twitter that they were coming back at 4:30. I know it's not. It doesn't feel like it's right to us, Maggie, because we know everything that happened before. But it would be very prejudicial. And that's how, like, she needs to get a fair trial. It needs to be on this incident that happened before that. Even though she was convicted afterwards, even the events afterwards, or she was convicted afterwards, you know, this event with Charles Vallow happened prior. Whether they know or not, like speculating, I guess they can, and they can ask questions. If I was on the jury, I'd be very curious now about where is everybody else involved. They know Alex Cox is dead. That was said. They do not know the children are no longer with us, or not as far as I'm aware. But in this day and age, you have to trust the credibility of your jury that they're not going home and talking to people and Googling stuff on their own. You know, in this day and age, it's pretty hard. You have your phone with you the whole time. There are jury members with their phones. Remember, they got called out on the jury stand for using their phone. Somebody texted their daughter. Like it got called out by the judge, Hey, Lucky. Thank you for the drive-by. Always good to see you. Joshua insisted that area of Arizona has a huge Mormon population, and the case was one of the most high-profile Mormon true crime. Yes, you know what? That is a very valid point. Very fair and valid point, Joshua. It is kind of surprising that they don't know what happened in Idaho. Maybe they're just saying it. I don't know. All I know is they made a point in this trial, the judge, the prosecution, in the defense, they agreed it wasn't coming in. We know so much because it's the kind of thing we search for. Most people are not on who killed who in whichever state. True. But like Joshua says, in a highly Mormon area, in a highly Mormon area, it is kind of like unusual that they never heard about it, especially with Chad Daybell getting excommunicated, being on death row. But then again, it could, the other side of the coin is it so embarrassing that no one in the church actually talks about it? So it's kind of like a buried thing, something we don't want out in the light because it was so bad. Hello, Seeking Justice. Thanks for coming in. The jury's back from lunch, but we don't have anything yet. We're just chilling. We did Karen read this morning the testimony, and we'll put out a recording of the rest of it after this. Well, I am hoping that they come in with a verdict this afternoon. It would be very nice. Otherwise, tomorrow's going to be crazy too, guys. Like really crazy. Thank you. Everybody, welcome. Seeking Justice. I did post the Discord link again today, and I was telling them all there were some cases that I'm not covering, like Corey Richens and Donna Adelson. Is it Anderson or Adelson? And I know you guys you got information in there. So I was telling them, like, you've got so many cases going in there, such a wealth of information for real true crime buffs that want the facts. No, you're very welcome. I enjoyed the Discord. I'm so happy to have found you, to find a group of people with the same mindset. It's always thrilling, It really is. Okay, so I hate to break it to you, Mrs. Cassandra, if you're listening, the clock is now past the hour 43, sufficiently enough to say that you need to guess again, or I'll cross you off the list for this one, for the hour 43. I was kind of hoping you were right. Because then we wouldn't be here like all afternoon. Not that I don't like hanging out with everybody. I surely do. So we're only in the 4th month of April, right? We're almost finished. Headed into the 5th month. So what has been like the most intriguing case so far for you guys, all you true crime buffs. Now, whether it's come to trial or not, either a new case, for me, it's like the one that I'm following that's really hard to get information on, and I'm just still waiting, is Corey Burke, the one we were talking about earlier from Seattle, Washington, that was the alleged murder of her father in the home they shared together on election eve, and she did it with an ice pick and strangulation, and she's had a little bit of a mental break at the time. The neighbors reported an incident because after she had allegedly murdered him, waited till he wasn't breathing anymore, and then she went upstairs and broke all the windows in the house in celebration of her newfound freedom. And she was singing and dancing and acting a little bit crazy when they got there, but they would not let her in. She would not let them in the house. And she finally came out, and she had blood on her, and they had enough reasonableness they had enough cause to actually enter into the house when they saw the condition of her, and they got her, sent for evaluation and etc. And it's going to be a pretty high profile case. It's pretty crazy situation. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not following it because it's that extraordinary. I'm following it because, like, the week before it happened, we were talking about Christmas presents, and I jokingly said, well, I'm into true crime. I'd really like an axe murder for Christmas. And then boom, that happened. I'm like, uh-oh, I guess I better follow that one. There's my axe murder. I had making a joke about it's been a long time since we had a good old-fashioned axe murder, something like that. So there we go. But yeah. Let me see what some of these. The clock is still stopped? No, it's not. It's going. You need to refresh your stream there. But I'm a little behind on the chat there, Purple. So maybe you did. I think the jury questionnaire did filter it. They did actually talk about things like that in the jury questionnaire to filter it out. And they did try to get people who didn't know about the case. I do agree, Maggie. She was afraid to open the door on narrative questions as to what the woman that went out with the date with Charles. She didn't want to get into those details. She came back and didn't ask the question, did she? And she got some good advice from her counsel attorneys, her advisory counsel there. So Josh says he lives in Utah, and I've heard about the Lori Vallow case almost every day on local TV and radio for about 6 years. Wow. So I guess it is pretty unlikely. Like, I don't know. All I know is it was on the questionnaire, and they're claiming not to know. It's also worth noting that they had to dismiss the jury on day one of the trial because they realized that they actually did know about it, but didn't know Lori's name. There you go. Like, that could happen. Like, the whole situation, but you don't know that. I'm like that. I forget names all the time. Like, that could happen to me. Yep. If it isn't at 2.5 hours, my next guess is 11 hours and 6 minutes. The timestamp of the beast after. Oh, but get out of here. If we go 11 hours, 6 minutes, we're just going to hit it on replay, everybody. Like, I'm not sitting anywhere for 11 hours. Ain't happening. It's like that would be a bit much. So Maggie, so in Canada, you haven't heard of like Lori Vallow, Daybell, or Karen Reed? Yeah. And here Mandy answered my question. For me, it's Karen Reed trial because it's the biggest shit show trial of anything I've ever seen in my life, especially with TB having witness intimidation felony charge. Yes, all the extra stuff around it. I could see that. Once again, it just shows you what happens when YouTubers put themselves into legal cases where they have no business being. They crossing that line, like, Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I do. Well, that whole thing is messed up. It's run like a whole public relations campaign out there. Maggie said, I am a senior pension and I am so thankful for the very kind person giving me a free month membership. Oh, we're happy to have you. I'm glad you enjoy the Discord, Maggie. And just know that even the gifted memberships, like that's not going to go away. You'll just be listed as expired membership, but just won't be kicked from the Discord. I think only the archive will disappear for you. But that really doesn't really matter. All the active stuff will still be there. We are going to need drinks sent around if it is over 11 hours. I can't even imagine sitting here till 11 hours. I have this drink. Court ends at 4:30 in Arizona, and I doubt that they're going to go past it. Not if they ordered lunch on time and took every last minute of it. You know what I mean? I doubt very much. And I don't think they want to come back another day. I think we'll be done. Now, whether we sit here for an hour or until my time, 7:30 at night, it's a 4:45 now. Another another 2 hours and 45. Well, that would bring it closer to Jin's answer of 5 hours, wouldn't it? I know 11:06 is 666 minutes. I thought you had something like that in mind, Couch. Okay, so Liam's is the Tate brothers. I want to see the Taints get prosecuted and try explaining it to their social media army, which they have kept telling them there is no case. Well, there's now an investigation in the United States. There's a civil case in Florida, a countersuit against their suit in Florida. And we've got the charges in the UK. I mean, multiple countries for the same thing. In Romania. And I did hear today that they showed up to sign in to the Romanian police like they have to, every few weeks or so, every month or every other month now. And there was also a note from the journalist in Romania, Marcel Barbo. He said that it was apparent that the prosecution has actually started more interviews and investigation in case one, in the first round of charges. So that's not dead or tossed. They are reevaluating and so that they can reindict. Remember, the judge said there were some inconsistencies on, because it's racketeering and because it's money laundering and these things like that, they needed the amounts of money and the processes assigned to each of the victims, which wasn't done. It was done like a big batch, like a class action. And they asked for it the other way. So some work needs to be done. But okay, so Karen Reed and the Tate brothers. I would say I've been following the Tate brothers. That kind of keeps me entertained quite a bit. I post almost every other day in the Tate brothers room because there's so many different cases back and forth. Oh yes, on the news channels there. So you would like, so unless you saw something big on the internet or anything, Jean, is that what you mean? Um, Any committed liar will inevitably invoke conspiracy with their lies are challenged. The courts are all in it, making them look bad. That's what they would tell them. You're right, Rocket Couch. Rocket Couch. That's exactly what the Tate brothers are saying now. That the Matrix is after them. It's all a conspiracy. It's because he's so huge and people like him so much, and he's so successful that they're trying to tear him down. Yup, you know about the Tate brothers in Romania and now in the USA. Yeah, and they also have they also lost their tax evasion case in the UK. They owe them a few $1,000,000, and there's also a suit with some victims who got together and are suing them in the UK, a civil suit, and there's also a criminal suit, an investigation, and there's an extradition order, Maggie, that was given to Romania, and Romania said if they finish there, they will end up going over to I have to change the thing. Hold on. Okay, where are you? Oh, I hear birds.
Did you say you hear birds?
I do. I swear I hear like chirping birds in the background. It's some kind of
As I'm
odd
walking.
Well, there must be birds somewhere.
There are birds, and I'm right by the river. So if you hear that in the background, that might be the river. So if it gets too loud, just mute me.
No, you're okay. It's clearly birds, and it's fine. It's going to drive Toro crazy. We're going to come in here looking for them. Where's those birds? Where's those birds? It's so funny. I tell you, I got a nasty old woodpecker outside my window keeping me up.
No, but that's ironic because so do we. It keeps pecking on. It's pecking on the side of our house.
Oh man, see, I have siding, so he's not picking on the house, but I have too many trees, and I have a wooden fence, and he goes from the tree to the wooden fence, and he just makes a horrible racket. And he's little. He's one of those the wood ones. What is it called? A downy woodpecker. Like he's got the little red head, and he's small.
Oh,
he's probably quite young, but boy is he loud. Like I'm just like, oh my god, you're so annoying. Like, dude, knock it off. I got trees everywhere. Why do you gotta pick the one tree by my window in my bedroom? Why? Like, there's trees everywhere in my yard. There's on the other side of the house. There's big big trees over there. He picks the little tree that's by my window. You pain in the butt. I was thinking about having Toro scare him and go thump the tree a little bit. Maybe he'll go away. We'll see.
Do it.
Yeah. Maggie, yes, the Luigi trial. Now that's another one. 3 trials in one. We got the Pennsylvania case. We've got the state case. And then we also have the federal case. And I'm following that one. That one's going to be a hot mess. But I really like the defense attorney in that one a lot.
So pretty.
You do read a lot of Reddit and stuff. You can keep up with a lot of stuff on Reddit. Like they've got active threads for almost every case I follow on Reddit.
Oh crap. Mute me for a sec. I gotta walk by a cement truck. It's gonna get really loud.
All right. Okay. I muted her. You heard me. You heard her tell me, right? Like, okay. So, yeah. Now, if you can hear me, Mindy, you're going to have to type in chat when you want to be unmuted because I won't be able to hear you. Okay. You heard the birds too, Maggie? I knew it wasn't just me, right? Yeah, I don't mind them. He's saving the tree from a grubbing fit. You mean the woodpecker? Yeah, I know he's doing his thing. And I know he can't help it. He's a woodpecker. He's got to do woodpeckery kind of things. It's expected. And I don't want to cramp his style. I just want to be able to go to sleep when I'm tired. And he just is there at the most inopportune times. And I don't want to hurt him. But I don't think there's anything wrong with Toro thumping the tree a little bit, so he moves on to another bigger tree, like a couple of trees down. No big deal. Oh man, Jen, that must have really echoed too. Had one of those buggers beating the crap out of the flashing around the skylight. It was loud. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Like they just and they get going, and there's nothing you can do. Like it's just loud and repetitive. But I know he's doing his thing, Liam. I know he's doing what he needs to do, doing his woodpeckery things, and that's all great. Like just move down a couple houses.
Okay, I got my phone
Exactly.
now.
Oh, okay, great. Yes, Grace, that's exactly. Sometimes you just don't want a pecker. Exactly. Sometimes you just don't.
Speak
And
for
I don't.
yourself.
Well, I'm sorry. Like outside my window making all that racket. No, I don't. No, I don't. Like, Well, there you go. Grace, you're too funny. Like,
That's funny. How's the weather there today?
It's very cloudy and it was a bit windy. I was telling them the story. I went out and like the tulips have all the petals have fallen off because of the wind, and it was like and the rains a couple of days before. And Toro was out there like throwing them up in the air and then running under them like a little kid. The dog was like, playing with them. So I couldn't get him in. I was late coming back because I was trying, like he had me cracking up because he just has this zest for life and freedom in any way, and appreciation of nature. Like I've never seen an animal act like this. It's like he notices the little things, and I'm just like, wow, I've not ever seen a dog do that before. Just, I don't know. Well, he was having a good old time. Thankfully, he didn't eat any of them. I don't think they're poisonous. I know that they actually put tulips in salads and stuff like that. So I know that they probably weren't going to really hurt him. Well, he was tossing them all over and rolling in them and like trying to run under them after he flung them in the air. Just a weirdo.
That's so cute. My coworker sent me a video on Sunday of he walked out into the backyard and his
Yeah.
dogs were like playing. So he walked over to his dogs because he couldn't tell what they were doing. And one of his dogs had a live squirrel in its mouth.
Oh, that reminds me of the one who passed Murphy. Like he would eat like baby anything because he was like a junkyard dog, I think. Like he really was. He just was very food oriented. But my one dog, Riley, she would just like hold them and probably scare them because she was so big, but she never would hurt anything. Like if the squirrels fell out of the tree, because the wind can knock a squirrel's nest out of the trees with the babies in it, which has happened more than once in my backyard, which is why Murphy got a taste for them. And then we have baby bunnies and stuff, all over the because they like to dig in my rose garden and stuff, and they come back every year. Like they have a whole little warren, and they all leave, and then all the babies come back and have their babies there. Like I've got a like rabbit breeding program going on in my backyard. Well, it's really cute to watch them in the spring and all, But Toro doesn't mess with the little ones at all. Like Murphy would eat them for sure. Your dog didn't eat it at all, right? That dog just held it, like he didn't do anything to it.
He was just playing with it.
Yeah. I can imagine playing with it would scare it to death though, too,
Right. It's very pretty today. Oh, how long has it been? What's our time at?
Our time back. Well, they did finally. They came back at our time of 4:30, which was 1:30 for them. They took like an hour and a half lunch, not even an hour, and then it's almost 5 now, so we're at 2 hours and 5 minutes on the verdict clock, which means some of you are getting knocked off and you're going to have to guess again. Mrs. Cassandra is out. So is Purple Shell. Purple Dragon Shell. And in a few minutes, Victoria will be out. In a few minutes after that, so will Pete and Couch. Because we're going to 2.5 hours then. But you guys could actually vote again. Turtle Moves will be out in like 5 minutes because they came back from lunch 5 minutes late at 3:35. So at 4:35. So at 5:05, that will be 30 minutes past lunch, which is what Turtle Move said. We still got lots of time. You got 24 minutes on yours there, Couch. Hey, Quiz. Is my backyard open for any other kind of breeding? Asking for a friend. But you just couldn't resist, could you? Like, you could come handle the woodpecker if you'd like. Like, it's not that far a drive. Start now.
Do you hear all the birds now? There's a lot by me. Yeah.
I do, but it's not an unpleasant sound. It gives us something to listen to. It's like if I was playing music in the background. I don't mind at all. So everybody had some interesting cases that they were followed, that they like. Most of them nobody brought up one I wasn't following, except for Joshua brought up Corey Richards. You were following Corey Richards, weren't you, Mandy?
Which one was that?
Corey Richards. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with it. I do believe it was her husband, and I think it had something to do with like a poisoning in some medications or something. Because she actually, had access to these medications and things. Am I on the right track, Joshua? I think it is like something like that.
Maybe I had looked at it previously.
I know we're following the Shriver case together. You got me following Lindsay Shriver, and she's in the box. You know how hard it is to get records out of there? Well, it doesn't matter because once anything happens, it goes everywhere on the news, like everywhere, because she's an American. They're like locked up. Well, she's out again, right? She's out again.
Is it really loud in the background? I'll mute myself while I cross this bridge.
All right.
Hold on, I'll be back.
Not gonna name names, but someone was out here threatening to fill in for Brother Bob. Yeah, 23 minutes is a lot of time to just finish deciding stuff, Rocket Couch, and I hope you're right, because I want them to do this verdict. I want to hear. The only thing that I'm a little sad about is we're not going to see her face like we did see her sour puss when she was facing the jury in her Idaho trial. We got to see her and listen to her reaction. But in this trial, part of the arrangements for the feed was that they wouldn't concentrate on her face. We've got, if you notice, we don't have as many photos coming out as we did before. Oops, she had to drop out. But I'm not going to change the layout because I think she might be coming back up. So you just can't see if I'm muted or not. But I'm here. I just hide behind the banner a little bit. Yeah, someone's going to fill in a Brother Bob. I don't know, Quiz. You'll have to speak with Couch. He holds all the cards over there. That was the option which you reserved? Well, okay. Okay, let's see. All of a sudden, I have all these messages coming through, but none of them are about the trial. I'm just double checking to make sure that they're not. Nope. Let me check Twitter to see if there's anything else. I'm complaining about not seeing Miss. No, because when the verdict goes off, Turtle moves. I actually do want to see her be like upset because she thinks she's got this. She thinks she's got this down. So I would like to see. I would just like to see the disappointment, the shock, the scorn. So one of the reportings from Nate Eaton says that when the jury came back from lunch, that they walked into their meeting room and many of them were laughing and smiling and chatting with each other, and deliberations are going forward. So they're in a good mood. It's interesting, right? Let's see if he's got anything else. Damn, but every time he posts, like, people are spamming up on his thing. I keep thinking he's continuing to talk, but he's not. It's like all of these other people. Now he posted that when they came back at 4:30. And I don't see anything else after that. So it's just a waiting game. They're waiting the same as we are. I mean, if you have to be on a jury, as ridiculous as this trial, you may as well get everything you can out of the government. Dinner, lunch, hotel room for a few nights could be fun. It could be, except for they're not sequestering them. They did get a free lunch. And if they stay, they might get dinner too. I just want to be finished today. They do get, the court ends at 4:30, so I don't know if they'll get dinner unless they tell the judge they're close and they would like to stay so they could finish, and then maybe they'd get dinner. It's happened before. I'm sorry, Turtle Moves. Do you have another guess? Because you guessed 30 minutes past lunch, and so now you're out again. So, but you can make another guess if you'd like. I'll put you back on. And Mrs. C, if you're here or listening, you can also. Victoria, if you're around, if you can hear me, you were at 2:17. There's like 2 minutes and 15 seconds. There you are.
Yeah, you know what's so weird? When I'm in the studio and someone calls me, if I pick up the phone, I can hear you talking in my ear as somebody is talking to me on the phone. It's
That's
really,
weird.
yeah, it's really weird. I don't know if it's because I have a phone or what it is, but
I think it's your Bluetooth headphones picking up in both places, because you set your Bluetooth headphones right to the
yeah.
StreamYards when you went in, and then when you answer your phone, they're already set up for that too. So yeah, you would hear both.
Yeah, it just doesn't switch over. It just like was really weird.
Some of them don't switch automatically, and usually the better ones can carry both signals. Like if they were cheaper ones, they would automatically disconnect from one or the other or both until you told it what to do. Like they would
Yeah,
be dumber.
well,
yeah.
They're not cheaper ones.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm done. I got my walk in, so yay.
Yeah. No, Liam, I'm not complaining about him having an opinion on Nate's thread. It's just that I'm used to him having multiple items, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. So like I keep going to open it up and there's nothing there from him. It's like all from everybody else. That's what I'm saying. I don't care this Hawking. Except for before they were being kind of nasty about these people, about the jurors having lunch. There wasn't anything positive about it. They were all complaining because they got their free lunch. Like, why can't they have their lunch? You know, they don't get a lot for being on jury service. Like Jen said, $12 a day and a little bit of mileage if you're lucky. Yeah, you know, yeah, they have opinion and they damn well they can too. It's just like I expected to hear more from Nate. Like, tell me who's in the courtroom. Tell me what's going on. Tell me, is Judge Beressky smiling yet? Because he hasn't smiled all week. Just a little bit here and there. He has the quirkiest little smile, Mandy. Have you noticed? Like if he does smile, it's very odd.
His hair is always on point.
Beressky? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. His hair always looks so nice.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But he's just been making faces and stuff, and he's being very serious. Like I think he's pretty much trying to keep this trial from derailing, because Lori, she just doesn't get it. Like I'm still verklempt at the fact that she actually mentioned in the closing that video that she knows they can't see. She instructed them to go watch it, that it had valuable information. And I'm like, but they can't. They're going to ask for something they can't have. Like, are you crazy? Like, it got entered for appeal. The judge told you that the jury would not have access to it. I heard him say it out loud. And she still, and I don't know. It's just
something in the closing that I thought her closing was great. It didn't bother me the length of it at all. I stayed pretty aware of what she was saying most of the time. I wanted to hear what she had to say. Yeah. But when she was talking about the credibility of Lori, that was very, very valid. So even if Lori gets up there and says, watch the whole video, blah, 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 okay, but we don't believe you anyway. Your credibility is shit. You lied about something so simple as not having a pair of shoes, which granted, like I said in that Twitter thread, X thread, the shoes were JJ's. I remember that from the first trial. So she did put JJ's shoes on to go buy shoes for her and Tylee. But the fact that she didn't say, yet this picture right here of me going in the CVS, yes, I had shoes on, I borrowed them from JJ, just made her look like an even bigger liar, because who would lie about shoes, right? If you're going to lie about shoes, then you'll lie about more significant things. So,
and she didn't want to clear it up because she was using it as credibility, as I ran out of the house without shoes. And of course I was under duress in trying to get away from somebody threatening me, as to why she was trying to make Charles more threatening than he was. So she was using anything that she could, you know, so yeah.
I don't think Charles was threatening at all. I think he was trying to save his marriage from a psychopath. So
exactly, or get out with his life. And he told them that he felt threatened that she was going to do him in. She actually told him she was going to kill him. So okay, Sheila, I've marked you down for 4 hours now, since you no longer have the 2. And Victoria is out at 2:17. And in 10 minutes, both Pete and Couch will be out.
Is it really loud because you're on my pickup speaker? Is it loud?
No, I don't. Do I sound really loud to you? You don't sound very loud to me, but the chat will tell me, right? If there's anything with her audio, tell me, because I don't hear anything right now. Beck says 3 hours, 27 minutes. I've got you down there, Beck. Victoria, you can pick a new time since we just went past yours. I'll put a line through the old one and you can pick a new one if you like, since you're here. You still got time? You got a couple of minutes, Pete. Welcome back, by the way.
Hi, Pete.
You got like 9 minutes to come up with a new time. Actually, I'm hoping you guys are right. Like, it's not that I don't love hanging out with you guys, but I don't want to be here till 7:30 tonight. I do not. Like, I want to get the recording done for the witnesses. I want to see who else they brought up. I gotta find me a good copy of the witness lists. I know I have it in that room somewhere. I gotta dig it up.
Are you talking about the witnesses in the Karen Reed trial?
Yeah, both the defense and the Commonwealth. Like they both went put them in so many times. Like I gotta go and get a good copy.
So they called the
They called the paramedic from the Canton Fire Department. They called Timothy Nuttall. And they called another woman after that. And
Carrie Roberts.
Carrie Roberts is the second one. And she'll probably
and it was
go through tomorrow. Right?
They're already done. They already stopped. She cut it short today. I don't know why.
She did, because they were supposed to go to 4. Well, they only go to 4:30. She cuts it short every day. Oh shit!
Yeah, she cut it.
Wait, the clock stopped and I'm buffering. Why am I buffering on this? Hold on. I gotta. All right, there it is. But it's still going. It's not stopped. Okay.
Carrie was in the middle of direct, and Judge Cannoni stopped it, called them to a sidebar. I think she probably asked the Commonwealth if they were at a good stopping point or how much more they had. And I think he has quite a lot left. So he must have said that he had a lot left. So she just adjourned for the day.
Huh. That's
it was
good
before 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of good for me. That gives me less to record. It's better for you guys. I can get it out there and you can see it and it's in the file. And then we can start afresh tomorrow. Because I want to hear, the worst thing for me would be to do this and then have 6 hours of trial to listen to before I went to
sure.
bed. I would be like, the next morning I would be like wiped. I would be like, I don't want to hear anymore. Hey, Maya. It's going to be 3:33, right? On the dot. But that's too late for me to stay and accept my crown. Good night, everyone. I will hold your crown for you and give it to you tomorrow sometime or the next time I see you. Should you win it, 333, we will celebrate. I may even make a big post on the back of the channel, like giving you accolades and throwing crowns and flowers at you. How do you like that, Maya? Or a waffle or two. Because if it does come in at 333, that would be pretty epic, actually. I wonder, I don't want it to come in at a 24, that's for sure. That one's passed. Mandy is distorting a little bit, but overdrive. Oh, that could be close to the headphones because she uses them all day. Like sometimes when you're not full charged on your headphones, sometimes you get like a distortion with the mic part.
Oh, I'm actually sitting in my pickup, so the audio is through my pickup right now. Is it better?
Okay, so it's a little less distorted, but it does sound like the inside of a car. Yep.
Because I'm in the inside of a car.
Yeah. No, because I know what that sounds like. Because when I'm talking to my friends and then the audio steals it from their headphones, like because they're wearing their headphones with the mic, but then the car audio steals the signal back and forth, and it goes from this sound to that sound to this sound, like back and forth. Yeah, that's like, but Turtle Moves, they better not do that just to upset me. Hang out till day 3. We've got a full day of trial tomorrow. Like, they better not. Like, free meal or not. Like, don't do it. Thank you, Pete. He says you sound fine, Mandy. Of course he does. He might be a little biased, though. Mrs. Cassandra had to close and reopen. I had to reset the stream because it was buffering. It scared me, Mrs. Cassandra. And by the way, you can give us another guess because your 1 hour and 43 is gone. You want to give us another guess since we're still here waiting? And welcome back. It's good to see you back. I'm so chilled these days, Turtle Moves. It takes a lot to upset me. I might just go, I might just like toss it. I'll just say, okay, make a post on the back of the channel. This is what the verdict was. Like, I can only give Lori Vallow Daybell so much of my life.
We've given her too much of our lives. Yeah. See, because the thing is most people know that I'm in Oregon, so I say that out loud. I just don't say specifically where I am in Oregon. Mm-hmm. So when this all happened, we knew about it before it was national news, because some of the news that we get is actually out of Idaho, because that's the market that we're in. So we knew that they were looking for the kids way before it went national. So I've been following this case for a really, really long time. And I'm just, I'm glad it's wrapping up. I'm glad it's wrapping up for the victims' families. I'm glad it's wrapping up for Kay, because I think that she's, what she's gone through, what they've all gone through. It's just Colby has lost everybody. Colby's dad is not in his life. He was allegedly abusive. Then he had, another stepdad, which was Tylee's dad, who was allegedly abusive. And then he finally has a dad that's like a good guy in Charles, and he's gone. And now his brother and sister are gone. Like, I don't know what the Mormons think about seeking out, counseling and stuff for mental health, but I think that it would be top priority for someone like Colby to just make sure that he keeps his mental health in check. I do know that he got in some trouble a couple of years ago. Do you remember that, Claire?
Yeah, all the charges were dropped though. Like, he was acting out, and he was, got himself in some situations. And there is like quite a bunch of people that push back on him, and he's not making money on his channel or anything. That's not the purpose of it for he and his wife or what they're doing. And like, I've even seen comments about like, well, you got to look at him side eyes because he went with Lori to Charles's house to empty it out and all. Well, he was her son. They did things like that all the time, helping each other out. Like, however he felt at that time, he didn't have all the information, did he? Remember, Charles Vallow died before the kids went missing, before everything else happened. So he was still just dealing with his mom and still trying to wrap his mind around the change in her beliefs. Okay, like she wasn't full on squirrel, so to speak, So like, it's really unfair to be tossing all that at him and being so like and
for the most part, until she went off of her rocker, she was allegedly a really good mom. And and trust me, I'm not going to get too in depth with my relationship with my mother, but my mother was an amazing mother when I was younger. Life was not always easy for her. She made sure we had food on the table. She worked really hard to, I was in all sports all the time. It wasn't until like later in life, like now, that my relationship with my mother is fractured. But she was a really great mom. I think she's just kind of, we don't see the same in a lot of things now as I'm an adult. So, to see Lori, as everybody talks about what a doting mother she was and how loving she was and how she put the kids first. I mean, there was something that happened. I don't know if it was, with Chad or what it was, that she went off of her rocker. She could have had a psychotic break. None of us really know, but she obviously, you know, changed in a period of a few years quite significantly. So he's probably battling between the woman and the mother that he knew and the person she is now. And I think that he needs a little grace for that, because it's not easy. I know it's not easy. So
yeah, it really isn't. It's really difficult. Nobody knows until they put themselves in that position. We don't know what he knew, what he didn't know. We just know from the outside. We all have the blessing of perfect hindsight is perfect vision. Like, you can look at the situation from what we all know now. Well, he didn't know any of that then, and he's dealing with it on a different level. He's a very religious person. He's grown up that way. He had love for his siblings, you can tell, and he really feels betrayed. You can tell with the anger and all that he has with his mom, that he feels betrayed by this woman. To all accounts, as crazy as Lori Vallow Daybell seems now, before this switch in her beliefs, which started a little before she met Chad Daybell, it just went on fire when she met him, because the two of them just speak the same crazy language, and that was it. It was like she got confirmation of all these wild things she was thinking, and she got reaffirmation that she was so special. Like, whatever had gone wrong was being fed once she met Chad Daybell. But it started before that. But before things got a little bit crazy, everybody said she was so well liked. She was gregarious. She was very popular. She was doting and patient with JJ, who was a special needs child from birth, in it she adopted him when he was a baby. So she's had him for years. She was with Charles for 15 years, longer than any of the other three before. This was her fourth marriage. He seemed kind of sad. They did spend time apart because he did travel a lot for his work. She said that, but something happened, and often when we hear about, after your 30s towards midlife, when people, like, stories of people who just go off, you can't really pinpoint what moment it was. It's just like all of a sudden they're crazy, you know, and you don't really see it as it's happening until it's too much, So it has to be really, really hard on the family, because look at all the support she had until she didn't. You know what I mean? She's well loved by her family. They were close. They were always doing things together. And I'm not singing her praises. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying he's got a lot to deal with, because it's like he's dealing with two different people, the before and the after. And they're both his mother, They're crazy. Yeah, they are. Pete, what do you expect? Oh, by the way, Pete, Couch, you need new guesses. You guys are out at 2:30. Yep. Give me a new one. Give me new ones. Liam says, unfortunately, the artful deception which works in church doesn't work in an investigation. This is true. This is true. But I don't even think the investigators in this case were looking for what they found, to tell you the truth. Like, it did not occur to them at first. Okay. And when Idaho and Arizona started working together, it had to blow their minds. It seriously had to blow their minds. Okay. I'm writing it down, Pete. 4:15. Okay, that means we're gonna spend another hour and 45 minutes with you right before they leave for the day. They're gonna call it so they don't have to come back. It's actually a good plan. If I was in the jury, that's what I would do. You would think, so I could leave for good. Don't they do they have to come back for sentencing? Or in Arizona, does the judge do sentencing right away? In Idaho, they had to come back for sentencing, right? I have to look at it. I'm going
to... Back to work.
Oh, your audio just went way crazy. Look, like, wow, wow, wow. Ooh,
well, I switched back to my earbud, and then a pickup went by that was like, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. Do you guys hear that, or is it just me? Can somebody tell me in the chat? Like, I don't want to. Wow.
It's pretty bad now.
For me, it's really, really. Hold on. I want to just. I have to reset. It's coming through my thing that way. It's not all you. So just stay here for a moment because I'm going to have to drop for a second and come right back. Okay. Can you hold it for a sec there for me?
Yep, of course. Thank you. Okay, I think my audio should be good now. Let me go check. Oh, it might be me then. Hold on. Still garbled. Let me see. It's the Mandy Show.
It's not all your show, boo. I'm still here.
No, Pete just said, it's the Mandy Show.
Okay, do you guys hear her any better? Like, because it kind of cleared up a little bit for me when I left and came back.
Oh, sorry, guys.
I know it's been crackling, but for a while, but for me, it went to a high-pitched static noise, which I know is usually something with my interface when static builds up or whatever. So I had to reset. That part's gone. I still hear a little crackle, but it doesn't sound too bad to me. Liam says, suppose it matters just how much time the judge has, but I think it has to be later because the prosecution is pushing for aggravating factors. You know what? That's what I'm searching for. The prosecution does, because they think she was heartless and cruel, and especially when they found out that she didn't notify family and stuff like that. I had heard about that they're definitely going for aggravating. All right. Does the judge pass sentencing after verdict? Or a judge typically passes sentencing after verdict, either a guilty verdict, a trial, or a guilty plea. The sentencing hearing is where the judge determines the specific punishment. And you're right, because of the aggravating circumstances, they'll probably do a different sentencing date. Yep. In most cases, the judge schedules the sentences. So we're going to have a sentencing too. Okay. I was close, right? I was close, Liam. But with the these are aggravating factors that the prosecution is going for. All of these things. Thank you, Liam. I'm glad there's no fuzz coming through on me anymore. Okay. But we won't hear what the aggravating factors are until the sentencing date, unless I can find a filing on it, and I'm going to look so that I can post for you guys on the community tab about it. I do think I did see something about it. I'm wondering if that would be in that summary document, Maggie. The one that says that we didn't offer a plea. These are the charges. This is what we're going to present. Like, I'm trying to think if it was in that, if they would have put the sentencing. because they say whether they're going for the death penalty and stuff, like with those kind of papers. Oh, I just like. All these things. Wonder if it would probably be with the witness list. Yep. Let me just see. That's the management conference. They're going with life without possibility of release or any basic service of 25 years. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Settlement status. No plea offer. Defendant state willing to discuss. No. They put their potential witnesses and the jurors, but they didn't say anything about aggravating factors yet. In what they call this charging document, the prosecution files. And page 1 was just amended final trial management. Nope, they're just going first-degree murder, life without possibility of release on any basis until the service of 25 years or more. So that's, so they didn't list any aggravating factors yet that I can find. Is it aggravating that we had to listen to all her waffle? Yes, it is. I wonder if that will be one of them. If wouldn't it be cool if prosecution can actually go to the judge and say, that is several hours of my life I will never get back. I think that she should have to pay for that, but they can't. Like, no. That would be too much. Wow. Okay, so we're at 2. So Pete's is out. I'm hoping Couch's 1106 isn't anywhere near it. That's going to be like tomorrow or the next day. We're getting close to the 3 hours. I know. I'm going to be out soon, too. Well, Bandy will still be in there. She's at 4 hours and 20 minutes. Grace is at 4 hours and 22. Me and Mrs. C are now at 3. Tony's at 3.5. Maya's at 3 and 3. Who was it that said 327? Was that Victoria? I think it was. Like, wait a minute. I'm going to write that down. Oh, I think that was her new one. Let's go back in the chat and find it. I'm getting lost here. Two. Was that you, Turtle? This at 327? Nope, it was Beck. Okay, I got it. Okay. I just wanted to double check. I'm sorry, Turtle. The Turtle Moves, did you give me a new one since we went past yours already?
Pete
Oh,
is never getting out. She already has 3 life sentences and then some. So,
exactly.
um, my husband asked me the other day, why do you think that they're even having these trials in Arizona after she's already been convicted and never going to get out in Idaho? And I
Hmm.
believe that it's truly just for justice for those victims. The families deserve justice and they deserve to know that the people responsible were held accountable. And that's why I believe that they've proceeded with um, these trials, even though she'll never get out. So that's
Yeah.
just my opinion.
But I think it definitely is for the victims and the family. It's for the people. You remember the state works for the people. They justice for the people of the state itself, and also for the victims and the family of the victims and the crimes. So it's necessary. There's a value here on a life that was taken too soon. There's a father, well loved, a
Yeah.
brother, a son. And so, you can see like why they would want to invest in it. And then when they find out the atrocities that have been committed, of course they want to file charges on everything that they can. And they were willing to wait until Idaho was done. You know, Idaho had the bigger case and they were more ahead of them actually in what was going on because of the kids. And it wasn't until after all of that that they got involved, because Charles's death happened first, but they didn't start like thinking of pressing charges to her till almost the end of the year. They didn't do anything until January after Alex died. But they were investigating because they were working with the Idaho police, right? Like they were working with the other departments. So mm, basically just based on where she lived at the times, where the kids were, where they were last seen. Okay, Victoria, you gave up. And Teresa, I did see that you had 5 hours before. So I have double checked that it's on the list. And no, there's no verdict yet. It's 2:48. A bunch of us are gonna get knocked off soon. I did expect more of her religion to come in with her being pro se. What about you, Mandy? I expected to hear more preaching and more of the crazy than we did.
Um,
I mean,
I
as annoying.
think the
Yeah.
judge was really, really good about reeling her in. Um, just about stuff that would be either irrelevant to the case or, you know, hearsay. I think she really, really, really wanted to spin her narrative like she likes to do, and unfortunately, she was not allowed to.
Yeah, that is what she said. She said that the reason she wanted to go pro se is to say what she needed to say, to get out the story
Hmm.
she needed to get out that nobody would put out for her, none of the attorneys. Um, well, I do think she was holding back the crazy a little bit because actually, for being pro se, besides being annoying, she really wasn't that bad. I mean, she threw everything she could at the wall for it to stick. That's standard operating procedure for a defense attorney in a murder case. You want to get it thrown, tossed. You don't want to have to defend it. You want it gone. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would probably only have been able to do that if she put up a defense. Exactly, Liam. And she didn't. If she took the stand, it could have came out, but she wouldn't have been able to speak in a narrative. It was question and answer. Well, she could have did a good job. And based on what she said in her closing argument, it sounded like she did want to put some stuff up because there was stuff in there that she shouldn't really say because it never got presented. You know, and what that has to do, like she tried to make it like they made that they were so horrible because they didn't give Tylee her medication and she was really upset. so that anything that she said that was against Lori's story shouldn't be used against her. Like, the manipulation there was really too much for me,
Mhm.
because all accounts of the law enforcement officers is that Tylee was pretty calm, and we saw her in her interview, and she was calm as anything. She was fine. Like, she wasn't upset about anything. She did try to bring some of it in, especially when talking about um, the prophet uh, for Nephi and Leviathan, like with that whole story. And she tried to bring in the other books and everything like that, but it got shut. That's when it got shut down. Yeah. Yeah, you don't truly know Nephi. You don't know anything about it, do you? Like, I know more than you. That's fine. But if you ask 10 people and they all say the same thing, that's the common knowledge. And that's all the jury needs to know, the common knowledge. They don't need to be an expert in biblical text, right? I mean, seriously. I thought the detective did a good job in proving how he knew that that was not a good thing to say in the text message. He asked other people that would know, just regular people that practice that religion.
Well, and the other interesting thing, kind of circling back to what you were just saying, I always love how, not love, I'm being facetious, how Lori uses people to try for her advantage. So she wants to sit here and say that, oh, you wouldn't let me back in to get Tylee's meds. And then I'm reminded of Mr. Dr. Phil saying, but for, right? The situation is but for. If you hadn't caused this situation, so but for your actions, you're the
Mm-hmm.
one who made this situation for Tylee, nobody else. You know,
Exactly.
you're the reason that she's in this situation. You're the reason that she would have been having anxiety. Maybe when you were planning Charles's murder, you should have planned to have some of Tylee's meds in your purse. I mean, that would be, she would have to care about her
Mm-hmm.
children more than herself, and she just doesn't. It was all about what Lori wanted to do, how she was going to succeed in doing that. And she obviously didn't care about the kids. That's
Right.
another thing. You're so concerned about Tylee's meds, yet you have been found guilty of participating in the conspiracy to
To
murder your
murder.
daughter.
Exactly. And here's the other, even without them knowing that, what they do know is her repeatedly saying that Tylee and Charles had a not so good relationship. So why would she instigate a fight with him within hearing distance of the girl and she's in the room sleeping?
Exactly.
Why would she make a confrontational situation that the girl could react to with anxiety in all of this? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Just like it doesn't make any sense. Like, like JJ is such a handful and you never know what he's going to do. So you have your brother come over there with a gun, not in a gun case. Like that, I can see having a gun. I'm not going to get into the all possession of a gun and all of that stuff. People do. It's in our country. It's their right. But a gun case around kids, like, that's reasonable. Like, why is it in a freaking bag, an open bag? That's crazy,
And
especially
a
with a
lot of
child like JJ around.
and a lot of people don't know this. I know this from previous trials. I don't think they brought it up this time. Like Alex, literally, there was not even a bed in the room where he was. It was like he
It was
just
like
like
a
laid on
sleeping, like a
yeah,
blanket on the floor, right? Yeah.
yes. So why did you have to have him come over? He wasn't coming over to spend the night in your spare bedroom, so that you guys could play Uno. He was coming over for a specific reason. So,
Exactly. Yeah. She said, like, to protect her, she needed protection. Like,
yes, I
why?
said Uno, I'm old.
Mm-hmm. No, I play Uno too. Like, I like it. You trigger locks are a
Absolutely.
thing. Exactly. Like, there's so many things they could have done to protect the children, and then to say they're like, it just doesn't make any sense. But that could go both ways. That could make the jury think that she wouldn't have conspired to murder him that way if the kids were there. But, like, you know what I mean? That could be a holdup. Like, I was thinking that last night. Because to me, it really bothered me that the gun was there with JJ. And then I'm thinking, like, well, why would she, like, that's crazy. Like, to put your kids at risk that way. And maybe the jury thinks so too. So maybe they'll think that she didn't know that Alex was bringing the gun. But I doubt it. I don't know. Like I say, when we know too much about the case, it's like it gets hard because we know she is capable of being that cold and not caring. We know when she didn't tell the family about Charles that's how cold she's that cold. She wasn't in shock. She wasn't busy. She wasn't overwhelmed. She didn't give a care of how it affected anybody else but herself. Period. She was on her mission, to do what she needs to do. All right, Turtle moves on. I wrote it down. 4:56. I'll see what you wrote there. Oh, in 3 minutes, I'm going to lose, Mandy. It's like, I thought it was a good guess, 3 hours. I thought that was plenty of time. Come on, jury. Like, come on. There's plenty of time. Let's get with it. You don't need much more.
Hold on. I'm going to be typing aggressively for a minute. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. I'm looking on X right now to see if there's any more. Oh, wait. A verdict has been reached 1 minute ago. I swear that's what Net Eaton just finished. We don't have. Hey, wait. That means I win. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm a little competitive. Winning's cool. Here we go. Nate Eaton just posted that 1 minute ago. So we are going to have a verdict. Within 30 minutes, they will call me, I hope, or an hour. But that announcement came a minute ago, which means it's 3 hours or under. It's going to take a while for them to get Lori up there. So it could be anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour that we have to wait. But we've got a verdict. I won, Mandy. I won.
Oh my gosh, funny story. So when I was on mute, my coworker walked by, and we're all following this case. We all have. So I was like, "Hey, a verdict has been reached. Just letting you know." And she's like, "Okay," because one of my coworkers leaves at 3. And then I said, "Well, I'll text you and let you know." She's like, "Man, she's guilty."
Yeah, you know what? It came in under 3 hours, and so I'm thinking she is, like, because that's a fast verdict for not guilty. It's usually guilty when it's that fast. Would you agree?
Yeah.
You were so close. You were so close, and so was Malia. Like, you guys were all so close. But Mrs. Cassandra said 3-2. Claire said, "Don't mess with a Jersey girl." I didn't say that, but thank you. I would have if they messed with me. I say it often when they mess with me. Like, you don't know what you're doing. You have no idea. Also, Lori is usually guilty. Yeah, she's been guilty before. She's been guilty a few times. Pete, you're making this fun. Like, you need to. I'm so glad when you come hang out at the trials. Yeah.
So do I.
I know we make a great threesome, don't we?
Ooh, interesting.
Girl, Listen, woman, that's not what I meant. Like, Pete, stop with the wink, wink, nudge, nudge over there in the chat. Just don't even start. Like, don't even start. Both of you, stop.
Pete, Claire said it, not me. You heard it.
He's like, oh, thank you, Purple. Purple just sent us another big cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Purple. I appreciate, I love my coffee. Thank you. You're cracking me up, both of you. I won, so I got a coffee. Thank you. That's a sweet win. Then if I get coffee too, not just bragging rights. Gosh, I can't believe how competitive I am. I was actually whining that the time was going. Notice that the verdict watch clock is gone. There we go.
Oh goodness. The only thing I can say is I tend to not get too overly confident with these things, just because I remember standing watching the TV when they were coming back with Casey Anthony's verdict, and I was like, there is zero way that they can let this chick go. And lo and behold, we know what happened there. So
Yep.
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember exactly what the time said, but I can go back in the feed later and find out. Well, because it was what, 2:58 something, like, right? Casey trial was a joke. Yeah, Casey Anthony. I can't believe she was coming back on the show. Like, I saw that she was coming back out, like, on the, like, whoa, what? Like, she was going to start a podcast or something.
Yeah,
Did you hear that?
she's on TikTok a lot, and she has a Substack now. So
You can trust Claire not to gloat. No, you can't, Turtle. No, you can't. I'm gloating. Yes, I like winning. Thank you for the time. 2:58:08, 2:58:08, 2:58. Thank you, everybody. You guys are great. You got my back. That's a good feeling. Thank you. It's really nice hanging with you guys for this. I'll tell you. So, okay, so I'm going to put up a poll. I don't know how to put one up in I did once. I did it in Patrick's Twitch once. I'll have to figure it out. I'm just putting 3. What is the verdict? Is it going to be guilty? Not guilty? It is no way it's going to be a hung jury, but I'm putting it there anyway. Just because. But in 3 hours, the judge is going to send them back if they say they can't decide. Right? There's no way. Unless he's really that tired of this woman. What do you think, Mandy? You think he's that tired of her? He'll say, okay, mistrial. You're making somebody else's problem.
No, they'll send them back a couple times for oh gosh, what's it called?
I don't know. There's a term for it. Is it Jeffries? Robinson?
Yeah,
Robert?
I'm looking.
Robert, whatever. Yeah, I know we both know, and I can't think of the term. Guilty as hell. All right, let me see if I can figure out how to do a poll here. Is it
Alan?
Is it?
It's an Alan chart.
/poll? Hell, no. Polls unlock with the I can't do a poll in Twitch. I'm not an affiliate yet. Okay, everybody, if you have a Twitch account, you better get over to my Twitch account and follow me. It's free. It costs you nothing. It does nothing but make me happy so I can do emojis and polls. That's it. I just want to make my channel over on Twitch look better. That's it. I don't care about anything else. But I need 50, and I think I only have 24 or 25.
I'll follow you from my other account too.
Yeah.
Yes, people, I have 2 accounts. I have a soft account that's for my YouTube TV.
Oh, you do for your YouTube TV? I
Yeah,
used
because
to.
I didn't want this account linked up with my YouTube TV account because like my family is in that account, so they don't need to be like getting suggestions for, jury trials and stuff, or, comments that people leave me and stuff. So do you remember about 3 years ago when YouTube
Mm-hmm.
hit a bunch of accounts and canceled us, and I had to like fight for 3 days to get my account back? So I had
Then you,
created an alternate account. So now I just have the 2.
some people actually do that. Maggie Couch says you can actually just go through the browser or the PC or whatever. You don't have to download an app or anything, and then you just log in like when you want. If you do go through a phone or a tablet, it probably will make you download the app to do it, unless you do it through the browser part of your phone. I don't, Liam, I think you might be. Well, go find out. There's the link. It'll tell you. I know you were there for record, but I don't know. At that time, I wasn't using my Twitch account, so you may not have subbed to me. There was nothing on there. It wasn't until record stopped doing music that I considered putting it up in podcasts. We have to wait. Per the instructions before, there was going to be a 30 to 60-minute heads up when they got a verdict. They just told us they did. So they could be back in 30 minutes. It depends on when they can get Lori there and the attorneys and everybody ready. So anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes. Oh, thank you. My lovely little brother just called me an old thing over on Twitch. Damn it. But I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I knew he was in New York. I knew he was a New York man. I could tell by his attitude. We kind of see eye to eye on some things. He kind of gets me on a level of that it's just it's like an East Coast thing.
I get it.
You know? Yeah, whoever called me an old thing must know me well. They sure do, don't they, Quiz? Like, hi, Inquisitor. Uh-huh. Yeah. Listen, I may not be as young as you there, Quiz. Let's just say I'm aged to perfection. You got a way to go. Like, you're like the soft cheese. You need a little ripening. You need a little seasoning. That's when life really gets fun. I got no problem with my age at all. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I mean, I'd like to go back and visit my hot body at 25. That'd be cool, but still, it's not so bad now.
I'm getting mine back.
Yeah, but you know what? It's like, but you don't want to really change where you are in life, right? Like, I don't want to go back. I really don't. I mean, you think
No.
about but I wouldn't want to be that confused like I was when I was 25. Like, yeah.
By the way, you might not have heard me when we were talking about the jury going back for deliberations and then back and then coming back out, blah, blah, blah. It's called an Allen charge.
There you go. The Allen charge. See, thank you, Mandy. I knew we both knew. Book lover, it's so good to see you. And it's, you know what? I'm not hearing your voice, but just seeing you in the chat makes me smile. I hope you're doing well. I really do. With age comes wisdom. Well, sometimes I know quite
For
a few.
sure.
I mean, it does in some ways, but I know quite a few stupid old people. I'll tell you this. Some people, let's just put it this way. Age doesn't seem to affect a certain type of person who refuses to read the room or learn from anything. Like there are people like that. I know you all know one or two. You must. Like we have people like this in our lives, right? They are our challenges. They are our albatrosses to it. The ones that just don't get it. They don't move on. They don't learn. They don't go forward. They just like they can't read a room. They just don't get it. And I guess as you get older, you just lose patience with those kind of people. Like, yeah, at least I do. I just move. I'll move on. It ain't worth it. Well, I can't believe how good it is to see you, book lover. It's been so long. We need to catch up. I know Mandy's such a sports fan. She's doing all like March Madness. She's doing all of it. Me, I was only a little bit with football. I'm really a rugby fan though, Mandy. That's a rough sport. Talk about rugged. I really don't know how to use Twitch. It is in the wrong language, even though I see your account. I'm sorry. I don't know that much about it either. I don't even know how to change the language, Maggie. I think Couch might. I don't know. Couch, you have any suggestions for her if you're around? But I don't know. He goes in and out because he's working also. Does Josh Allen have any Super Bowl rings? How many does that man Montos have? Manny probably knows. Mahonis, how many rings does he have?
None.
None. That's Patrick, right? The first name? Mahonis? Is it who it is?
Mahomes. They're talking about
Mahomes?
Josh Allen. Josh Allen is actually Buffalo.
Is he? Yeah. Well, NBA is not my sport. Me either. That'd be great, book lover. Message me. We should get together. What the download? I don't know how to change the language. Couch will find out for you, Maggie. He's really good. Which Tommy? Who's Tommy?
They'll know.
Yeah,
They'll know. I don't. Yep.
I used to
I'm
be.
just.
I haven't
I'm
followed you in so long. You're a
I'm just
Pats fan.
messing. Yeah.
Oh, Tom Brady. It's a Patriot, right? No, I know Tom Brady. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that who you Tom Brady? Okay. Because I was a
Yes.
Packer fan.
Yeah.
Don't laugh. I'm from the East Coast, but I was a cheesehead. But I haven't followed it in years. Like seriously, at least the last 3 years, I really haven't followed anything. Is he playing now? Oh wait, the old man.
High
Yes.
Inquisitor. He is like literally the way. Excuse me, High Inquisitor. Tom Brady is literally 6 months younger than me, so if you're calling him old, you just call me old.
He calls all of us old. He's a youngin. He's like a newborn. Like, he calls all of us old.
He's like my kid's age.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, no, I think he's older, but not by much. I would think. I'm not gonna dox him or anything, though. I'm not gonna say. I'm just gonna say he's a babe. He's a baby, a babe and a baby. He's a youngin. Yeah.
Ooh. Well, my oldest is about to turn 28, so.
So, Maggie, the language tab is one tab below the settings. That's what Shill is saying. Maggie's the one asking the question about language there, Shill, not Mandy.
She'll just wanted to tag me. She loves me.
That's okay. Yeah. Making it all blue and green in the chat. Katie, are you glad that they got a verdict and we're going to actually see it tonight? We're going to be done with this. We get to move on to Karen Reed full time tomorrow. Hmm. It was nice.
Gosh, this chat is amazing.
Aren't they? If the shoe is up your butt high. Oh my God, Pete.
Look
Only
up
if
one.
you spank me, Daddy. Oh my God. I know. Okay, now the spankings begin. Hey, nothing, as long as you keep it clean and with consent, I don't care. Like, do what makes you happy, people.
Hey
There's nothing wrong.
Maggie, it's a purple icon, or
It's like a
Twitch
wheel.
purple.
It looks like a
Yeah.
it looks like a little wheel, the settings button, and the language one is one below it. I think that's what she'll say. Which Twitch do I down? Oh, I don't know. Like,
That's what I was trying to tell her. It's like purple.
Listen, if you have to put it on your phone, don't, like, I appreciate it, Maggie, but don't make yourself crazy. Like, don't make yourself crazy. Like,
Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Let me go look and see if I can do this because I have it. If she's on what kind of phone, say it out loud.
I don't know. Which Twitch do I download? It depends. If you've got an Apple, you got, of course you need that version. Otherwise you need the regular, like, Microsoft or Google version. Pete, I know he's one of the best football players ever. I'm not arguing. It's just that
Maggie, try this.
I can't help it.
Maggie, I think if you click on that link, Maggie, it'll take you to it and you can just do it without downloading. It might ask you if you want to download, but there's Claire's stream that's playing right now.
Yeah, but it might, and then you just hit follow down the bottom and it might make you make an account or whatever. But
yeah,
that's going to, if you're on a PC or a tablet, that might work. But if you're on your phone, it might be a little, it'll probably go to your browser. So don't get thrown, okay? Like, just to give you a heads up. Does keep us high. You can keep us. What is this football of which you speak? European soccer? No, they're talking traditional American football, like, that. Me, I'm rugby, not soccer. Like, a couple of my friends are into soccer even more, but me, rugby. That's the rough sport. Thanks for posting the link, Mandy. I know she'll put it in there before too. She just put the channel. Yeah.
I just went and grabbed this current one that's going on right now and just put it in there.
You had to reset your. Oh, that's you, Liam. You had to reset it, so now you're following me. Thank you.
I like your name.
The Daft Brit, yeah, right.
No, it's the fucking room.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to be PC about it. Thanks for sending me some handsome football players. I'm surprised they're still wearing pants there, brother. I'm getting DMs like crazy of like half-dressed rugby players and soccer players and stuff. You're not the only one either there, brother. Like, it's becoming a thing. I had to refresh. Did you see it start buffering? How dare it? We didn't get the verdict yet. How dare it?
Pete, I love hockey. Who's your favorite hockey team? Guess whose mine is?
Mine was the Flyers, Philadelphia. It should be the Jersey Devils, but it's not. I'm just not that kind of person. Who's yours?
Mine?
Yeah.
Babe, I'm from Massachusetts. I eat, sleep, and breathe Red Sox, Bruins, Celtics, Patriots.
I thought you said hockey. Like, oh, I'm
Ice
sorry.
hockey, Bruins, yeah.
Oh, the Bruins. Okay, yeah.
When I was a kid, we used to go into Boston all the time to go to Northeastern games. It was amazing.
Yeah.
College sports are so much fun.
Yep. This is why, Turtle Moves. Now you know what kind of woman I really am. because you're right. Rugby is the prequel to football, American football, without all the sissy padding in the ad breaks, in the look entitled little guys. We're talking rough sport, no knee pads, no helmets, rough and tackle, smell sweaty, dirty, freaking football. That's rugby. Yes. Yep.
Well, when I grew up, I used to,
Uh-oh.
yes, Zen, very rough. Oh, okay.
Did you see that? I saw the seal dance, people. I saw it jump up and down. That's the cameraman signal that there might be somebody in the courtroom. I don't know who it is, but it would be somebody.
Yeah. So anyway, I used to ride horses a lot as a kid. So I did barrel racing and poles.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. When I say poles, you like weave through the poles and you go around and you weave back through. So if you want to talk about like the most brutal sport known to man, it would be bronc and bull riding. That's my opinion.
You know what? I would agree with that. Maggie, you made it to Twitch. Thank you so much. Oh, the verdict is on. I heard movement, sound. Oh boy. Cameraman is getting excited. You're right, Katie. But look at this. The cameraman's not the only one, because now Quiz, after looking at those videos, now he wants to be a rugby player. I'm telling you.
Oh my gosh, Liam.
The only protection is the crotch box in a headband. This is true. And they wear shorts. And they get dirty and sweaty and all banged up. They all got bad knees at the end. It's definitely rough sport. One upside to rugby for your Quiz. No pads. Exactly, Jen. I think he sees all of the potential. Oh, you like the Flyers too? And the Sabres? Oh, Dolly. Oh. Yay. Let me make sure the volume's up. Volume all the way up. Cameraman just killed the live volume as I turned it up. Like, what? Hey, Mousy, we got a verdict. We're waiting. Maggie, that's so cool she made it. Thank you, Mandy and Couch and Shill for helping Maggie with that. And thank you, Maggie, for the support. You think so, Mouse? Go vote on the poll. Do we get to vote if we're in here? Like, do I actually get to vote? I don't get to vote.
Oh
my God. There's not a single hung. Everybody said guilty. Like 17 votes for guilty. Whoo. So what time did the verdict come in? 2:58:08, Mrs. Cassandra. I got it for being just under 3 hours. Woo-hoo! Yeah. You were 3 hours too. You're coming back just in time because they did call the verdict. They did call the verdict.
So honestly, Pete, I think that you would just be pleased that I follow sports, because dudes are usually like, wait a minute, she follows sports and she likes vehicles and cars and can talk about old cars.
We're both a rare breed, right? My brothers made sure I know everything to do with a car. I love cars. Roadie car, the better. I'm not so much into trucks, but give me that Jeep Cherokee Laredo. That was fine. But sports, yeah, I could do that, except for baseball and golf. I think golf is the stupidest sport on the planet. You hit a ball as far away as you can so you can walk after it.
Oh my God, Claire.
To hit it again as far away as you can, to walk after it, is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Sorry. What?
Claire.
What?
I'm going to be learning how to golf.
Oh, jeez. I'm praying for your brain cells right now. I'm going to start lighting a candle every day for your damn brain cells as you play that sport. Although I don't want to take away that there is some skill to it. You got to aim. There's such a thing about, how to do the club. I get that. But my brother used to play, and it was like all day. Just hit the ball as far away as you can and then walk after it. and do it again. And it's just, you know,
My
I
son
just,
is a huge golfer. Last year for Christmas, we actually, Hubs and I got him and his fiance 5 sessions with a golf pro. So,
wow,
uh,
that's kind of cool.
yeah, yeah. So we are going to be, I've been working on doing some stretching to get my,
Well, I wish you good luck. Listen, they're kind of on the same page with me here. Look, golf, the sport where you play the dog in a game of fetch, or Claire, golf. It's a good walk, spoiled. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Golf is kind of silly that way. It really is. Well, oh, I have to mute for 1 second. Hold on.
did she say she muted? Oh, my sound just went really weird. What happened? I can't hear her. Can you guys hear her?
No, because I said I had to mute for a minute, so I was muted. That's why you didn't hear me. But I'm back now. Before they got here. Just said hi to MM in the chat. Yeah, Shields. I'm sure he's keeping up with all that drama, with all those lawsuits in that Sebastian Rogers case. Like, I can't be bothered with any of that.
She did mount me.
Huh? What?
Nothing. Mousie's like, she threw you to the wolves. Please don't throw
I
me to a wolf.
didn't. I didn't. Everybody heard. Did you guys not hear me say, like, Mandy, please cover for a second. I gotta mute real quick because somebody walked in and asked me a question with the dog, and I had to answer them. And they don't want to be live on YouTube. You know, it's like rude. Where's the judge? I don't know. I don't know. You heard me, right, Liam? I announced my exit, and so did Teresa. Pete, how come you're not sticking up for me? What's going on here? No, I'm sorry, Mandy.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Mousy,
trying to
I'm not.
find more.
Yeah, I'm not surprised
Multitask.
you missed it. It's okay because I know you're typing and stuff too. Listen, Mousy, I'm not surprised you missed it. Like, you're always doing 5 things at once, just like Mandy here. You know. Liam says he took some online golf lessons. Online? So you could give my Staffordshire Bull Terrier a workout, send 5 balls down to the field, then send her to retrieve them. She trained with the Gundog retrievers. Ah, that's cool. We take online golf. Like, I guess it would give you the basics on how to hold and stuff. You definitely did, Maggie. Thank you so much. I appreciate the effort. I don't, whatever language it is, at least it let you follow me. Like, I'm sorry, it's giving you a hard time over there, but whenever I stream, it's in both places anyway. I just need the follows over there so the couch and I can work on the affiliation thing and work on some emojis, and I can do polls and stuff like that. I mean, what is going on? It's like I have it all the way up and there's nothing and it's still going, but we don't have the verdict anymore. I'm going to go over and read what is going on here. Okay. 7 minutes ago, Nate Eaton posted that the prosecutor, Treena and her paralegal just walked into the courtroom with Detective Duncan, who's been sitting with them at the table. The judge's assistant is tracking down the defense team, and Lori will be brought over from the jail for the verdict. So now, 2 minutes ago, Lori's advisory counsel walked in, and they're inside the courtroom. The public now a minute ago is being brought into the courtroom, and there are extra sheriff deputies here today, so because of Lori Vallow. Okay, wow, awesome. It should be any minute. It should be any minute. For those of you interested in Nate's coverage, his live minute stuff, here's the link to his web feed. Oh, wait. Nope, that's not it. Sorry, that was what he posted when the verdict came in. This is actually the link. It didn't take the first time. There we go. Should be coming over. And what he does is like point by point. He may do some jury reactions and things like that. That's why I'm sharing it with you guys. He usually does great detail work. In his after show is excellent also.
Hey, real quick, and then I have to mute again. Are we going to get this live, or are we going to get the verdict a half hour behind?
Nope, 5 minutes behind, they said. No more than 5 minutes. The judge released it for the verdict to be only a 5 minute. So,
well, we're going to know by what's on X.
No,
this is dumb.
No, don't look at X. Can you wait 5 minutes? Could you all just wait 5 minutes, like, and hear it live? You know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see if she does. We'll see if she acts surprised when the verdict comes in. What do you think, Peter?
I'm literally going to go to the bathroom and then come work. So hold on.
Okay. Don't take your phone with you, and then you won't look at X. Leave your phone on your desk. Okay. Anyway, just everybody, if you don't look at X for 5 minutes, you won't know. Or Instagram, or TikTok, or Facebook, or the news, or anything, anywhere. Just stay right here for the 5 minutes lead time. Well, anyway, they should be bringing Lori up any second. Says I love this turtle. Yeah, says Claire as she looks at X. Yes, that's right. Because I did, but once I said that they were loading everybody in, it's only a minute away. I stopped. I just gave you guys the heads up. I'm not looking anymore. I closed the tab. I closed it. Oh, wait, you already know? Wait, Claire is way too okay. We already know. What? What are you talking about, Victoria? They already announced it? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They were just bringing her up a minute ago. Maybe I'm not reading that right. So, one thing that Nate was saying was that if the jury does find Lori Vallow Daybell guilty, they will immediately hear aggravating circumstances from the prosecutor, and that Lori also gets to present her case why they shouldn't do aggravating. The sentencing will not happen today and will likely be scheduled like 30 or 60 days from now by the judge. But the prosecutor will be able to ask for those aggravating circumstances, so we will find out what they are.
Is being an already convicted murderer an aggravating circumstance?
Yep.
Does Arizona have the death penalty? I don't think they do.
I don't think they do.
I been here all day and I forgot to make an eye appointment.
I'm just refreshing again because I want to make sure that we get this as soon as it comes up. Like, I can't take it. I just can't take it.
All right, I'm going to mute for a second because I need to make an eye appointment.
Go ahead. All right, there we go. All nice and pretty. I keep refreshing. Please stop talking about what is on X. Okay. No, but I had to tell you that about the aggravating circumstances. Didn't you want to know that, Liam? That was from earlier, and I wrote it down. And don't post anything here. Okay, I just gave you the link to his channel. I'm not going to post anything. Oh, Pete, they do have the death penalty? Well, they didn't ask for it in her case. Unless they're going to ask for it after this. Hi, Charlie. Oh, not me? Oh, okay. Well, I was talking about it. That's why I thought maybe me. I don't want to get anybody upset. Yeah, I think so too, Couch. So everybody, like, because we're on a 5-minute delay, please don't say anything. And we won't look like we waited all this time together. We could do this together, right? La 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 la. I'm not looking, Turtle. Now that's stuck in my head, the la-las. Like the la-las. Oy, oy, oy. That's interesting, that Arizona doesn't have that Arizona does have the death penalty, because in Idaho they wait for the death penalty for both Lori and Chad Daybell. Well, Arizona didn't for this. I guess conspiracy murder isn't high enough, but they do got murder in the first degree there, which wouldn't that qualify? Come on, my legal brain there, Pete, my legal man. You think like I do. That would qualify, right? Especially if they're going for aggravating circumstances. I wonder if we're going to hear about it from the prosecutor. I don't know. I don't. Well, no, because I think it would have been in the last hearing document that they put out, for putting out like what the charges are and that no plea was and what they were asking for. They were asking for a minimum of 25 years to life without any chance of parole before serving 25 years. So that's what it said. I know, Liam. I was just thinking that I held my bladder all this time, but I know darn well if I mute just to run to the bathroom, they're going to come up and I'm going to miss the whole thing. So I'm just going to have to wait. I'm just going to have to wait. Now I'm very anxious because it's getting very, very close. Very close. Yeah, guys are lucky that way, Jen. I hope we get guilty too, Mrs. Cassandra. I just don't want to live with the disappointment if we don't, to tell you the truth, yeah? Oh, I know what I wanted. I was laughing, Mrs. Cassandra, last night, on the stream when you had said, oh, I hit 9K, right? Right after that stream, it went back down again by like 6, and it stayed that way for a couple of hours. And then when I woke up, it was well past again. But I was laughing. I was like, you see that? You can't count your chickens in YouTube until you like get way over, because it fluctuates so much. You got your Jack in the Box to celebrate? Yeah, Liam, don't use the dog's water bottle. It's like gross. Yeah. I don't think he would appreciate it at all. You know what, Mouse? I was thinking that too. Coming back in less than just under 3 hours of deliberating, 17 minutes yesterday. I think like just about an hour, just under. And then after lunch, not very long. You're getting a peanut butter protein shake? That sounds good.
Oh, I'm eating my smoothie, drinking my smoothie.
Now I'm at 9.07. Really? I got 70 more in a day. There's some true crime fans. They have to be, because that's pretty cool. Huh. Anyway, all the pressure, Mandy. Now we have to take it. Do we have to take it serious? Like, at what point do you have to start taking this all serious? Like, not ever, right?
I think you take it very serious.
No, I think I try not to put anything out that I won't be proud of. That way, yes, but like I want to have fun too. Like I don't want to I don't want to turn it into a job. Like I want to do it because I want to do it, not because I have to do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I hear our judge.
Okay.
I heard Judge Beressky. Show us his face. There he is.
See, his hair's on point.
He is. The state was there. I have the audio up. He's just a little low. Sorry, Victoria. Well, the state's not there. They're bringing the jury in. The state better be there. They were there a few minutes ago. I have the volume all the way up. I'm going to double check it just because you said that, because I don't want any problem. It's all the way up. It is all the way up. Oh, you were hearing it. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you meant. Oh, sorry. See, I panic. I just want everything to be perfect for everyone. Like I want to make sure everybody can hear. So we end our poll with every single person in the chat, 21 of you saying that she's guilty.
I didn't get to vote because I'm in here, so I'm going to say guilty.
The parties
I
are
think
present.
there would be two more.
The jury's not present. We were informed about 45 minutes ago that the jury has reached a verdict. In the event that the verdict is not guilty, this trial will conclude. In the event that there's a guilty verdict, we need to move on to an aggravation phase immediately after the reading of that verdict. I've given the parties proposed aggravating circumstances, instructions, and proposed verdict form. The state and the defense both have a chance to review those.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any additions or corrections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense? The defense did email my staff requesting an additional paragraph. The defendant is not required to testify or produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to testify or produce evidence is not evidence of any aggravating factor, which I did include in the bottom third of page 3. Given that, are there any additions or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
Are either the state or the defense requesting any other additional instructions?
No, Your Honor.
If there's an aggravation phase, does the state plan on introducing any testimony or exhibits?
Testimony, I believe, likely from 2 family members. We will limit it. I don't plan on doing openings, just presenting testimony and then argument.
All right. Would the defense anticipate presenting any evidence?
Your Honor, can we just stipulate to that? I mean, the statute says there's only one punishment for this crime. What is this? Why is there an aggravation phase for this specific count?
Much like the guilty verdict, the jury in Arizona has to find whether or not there's any aggravating circumstances. In addition, the jury would still need to find that if it's a guilty
Mandy fell out.
verdict, whether or not it's a dangerous offense. Until it's found as a dangerous offense, that sentence that you're talking about wouldn't be triggered. So I think we need to have an aggravation phase regardless. So would you plan on presenting any testimony or evidence in the aggravation phase, if there is an aggravation phase?
No, but could I just stipulate to it or not? That's my question.
You can stipulate to aggravation and you can stipulate to whether or not it's a dangerous offense, but I think you should probably wait until we read the verdict to do that. So I guess it will, depending on what the verdict is, we may take another break. If there is an aggravation phase, are your witnesses here yet?
No, they are not here yet, Your Honor. The next of kin are, from my understanding, about 5 minutes out.
All right, we'll wait a few more minutes before we take that verdict. Please let me know when we're ready to come out.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have, he's prepared to move this forward. Lori is not happy that they're even doing an aggravation to the sentence. She just wants whatever it said on the first one. The sentencing thing was a request for 25 years minimal to life with no release before 25 years. And that's what they put out. And now the prosecution wants aggravating factors because of the crime itself. And Lori's worried about that because that's like a double slam dunk. It's like a smack on top of you're guilty. Okay. And she's not having it. She just wants it to go away in typical Lori style. Well, if I just say I don't agree, like that's what I translate what she said to. Well, if I just tell you I don't agree, then I just don't agree, right? Like that's it. But no, it's not like that. Like because it is a guilty and because it is a first offense crime, okay, just because Lori read one thing doesn't mean there are not exceptions to the rule and there aren't other things that they can do. This is one of the pitfalls of being pro se. You think you know, but you know only a little bit, just enough to get by. And you're going up against a prosecutor with years of experience. Years. And you can't fight it. Like, what are you going to say? It's not like you're going to have a mini trial. Yeah.
Didn't I say, I think yesterday, I'm like, reading some books in prison doesn't make you a lawyer. Like,
Yes,
she's so entitled. She's
very entitled. And she's not paying attention because they have mentioned these aggravating factors at least 3 times in this trial that I can remember. And one of them was yesterday. Okay. All right. When they finished closing statements before it went to the jury. Did they not, when they sent the jury off, isn't it not the first thing the prosecutor said to the judge? That's what I heard. Look, rocket couch. This is perfect. You're going to love this, Mandy. Lori is the aggravating factor. Oh, God, I love these guys. I do. Hey, Wrecker, you did make it in time. They're going to come back with the verdict, and then we're going to have a mini fight between Lori and the prosecutor again. But if there is guilty, the prosecutor will come into this fight with a huge win, and I don't think she's taking any prisoners. She's going to knock her down a few pegs for sure. Yep. Judge asks witness, and LVD replied, "Next of kin, are you going to die here?" I just don't know. I don't know. Like, she couldn't present any witnesses because nobody was coming without being subpoenaed. Okay, so I don't understand, like, what she's going to, like. I mean, it's not like they're going to be pleading for her not to be put to death or anything. Like, I don't know. Oh, here's something I didn't think of, Mandy. It just occurred to me. If she's guilty and it doesn't affect the outcome now that she's been actually found guilty, is the aggravating offense the prior convictions?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, they're going to be able,
yeah, which means putting it on the record and letting the judge use it in the sentencing as to her being not able to turn her life around. Like, yeah, we might as well just give you the max, baby, because you ain't getting out anyway, right? It just hit me like a brick. It did. Mindy, are you typing or anything right now? Are you free for a second?
Sure, what's up?
Because they're on a really short break. Can I run to the loo real quick? Because I've been holding it because I wanted to get the verdict.
Oh,
But
sure.
I'll be right back so I don't bust. Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to chat. Let's see. Turtle, all she has is her son Colby. So that's all well, she has her siblings and her parents also, at least her mother. I'm not 100% sure about her father. Jury question. Can we put the death penalty back on the table? Yes, please. Um, Same, Mousy. I mean, and how many trials have we dealt with recently? We had to deal with this one and Chad and then Letitia stopped. Like, I cannot do any more child trials for a while once she's done. I just can't think about it anymore. Max must be a dog. I'm hoping you weren't taking somebody just randomly to the bathroom. Oh, see, then I still think that something was sketchy with the whole Alex passing away because previous to his demise, he had gone down to Mexico, I believe, and picked up some medications that are not available to purchase without a prescription in the United States. I'm not sure. Um, Turtle. I'm not sure exactly what they were. Lori ain't a lawyer. Let me see. I just saw another one. Yes, Teresa. His name is Colby. He does have a YouTube page. I do subscribe to him and check him on occasion. He is actually does a lot of stuff in regard to his wife and kids on his channel, which I think is kind of adorable. So, best wishes to Colby for sure. I hate after the Super Bowl looking for every like it's just like kidding me. Right, exactly. Like, don't look for a replay; it'll give you the score. Right. Yeah, and that's how I feel about her. I think that she just is so entitled. She thought that she could get up here and get, most of the jury being men and would try to woo them with her long hair and her blue eyes. But apparently the appeal for Mrs. Daybell is not quite as much as it used to be, I don't think. So, and yes, I call her Mrs. Daybell because she's Chad's wife. They're perfect for each other. Yeah, I just saw something so mousy. I am pretty open about how I was abused as a child by my mother. She definitely was one who believed in corporal punishment, and so I definitely have raised my children a little different. For sure. I do not lay hands on my children or make them feel inferior to me in any way. So I am with you.
I get it. And about Colby, Colby's been at trial the last couple of days and been streaming afterwards. And I bet he's here for the verdict. And I'm wondering if he's part of the family that will be testifying for aggravating circumstances along with Kay Woodcock. I'm wondering. As far as other family members, Lori could have her sister Summer, although she's very disappointed in her. She did say she would love her no matter what. She would, being a very religious person, probably plead for mercy for her, as long as her mother too. And Barry, all three were on her witness list. So we'll see. She was hoping they would say wonderful things about her. Maybe they still will. Who knows? They were all very disappointed about the children. Disappointed sounds like a light word, but because they never really gave a lot of angry statements to us, we really don't know how deep they felt that. But we do know that they recognized that she was in a bad way. That something was definitely wrong there. They finally got it, but they supported her all through. Remember, they ganged up on Adam and they ganged up on Charles, and they turned Zach away, kicked people out of their homes because they said something about what Lori was doing. And I think I heard you mention Alex again. The thing with Alex's death is he hadn't been married to Zulema that long, but he was kind of trusting her. They'd only been married, 10 days? And they had built a relationship. Alex is definitely a troubled individual. He had gone to jail for tasering one of Lori's other exes, and actually had on record that people knew that he had threatened the life of one of her other husbands. They had planned a kidnapping to throw him in the car and taser him and all, and it didn't go his way. And he kind of ended up in jail over it. It didn't work, and he ended up in jail. He would have been a liability if they ever did find anything out. Like, if he was still alive when they found the children, they would have tried to make him the scapegoat. But he is such a liability with his past and all, and with his past with Lori, that they all would have went down quick, like definitely quick in the investigation. As far as the medications in Mexico, he was known to go to Mexico like almost yearly to get stuff. And the other thing is that Joseph Ryan, who was giving Lori a lot of trouble as far as custody with Ty Lee, he died of the same pulmonary embolism that Alex did. And since Lori has already admitted she likes to crush up medications and put it in people's drinks, I actually think both of those are not actually natural deaths. Call me a conspirator, but I really don't. I think she's total Black Widow. I really do. I think that people have been dying around her and nobody ever put it together.
I feel like with Alex, for example, he had said to Zulema that they were going to put it all on him. So I think he might have known how to do it because they had done it to Mr. Ryan, Colby's dad. So he took it. I feel like he took his own life because he saw what was coming.
I don't think he did because it was a pulmonary embolism. He couldn't have taken his own life,
I mean, by taking meds.
Oh, maybe, but I really do think it's more on them than him, because he had been around for a long time with them, and he fought against them like really hard. He looked like a scrapper. Like, he wasn't a good guy. He was aggressive and a little violent, and he was like, I don't think he would have gave up like that. Liam says, I think there's enough evidence to show that she has been pretending to be human her whole life. Oh, that's a statement. Yeah. Charlie, I'm glad you made it for the verdict. We're going to hear the verdict, and then immediately we're going to hear aggravating circumstances to be added to sentencing. And then the judge will schedule a sentencing hearing for anywhere from it'll probably be 60 to 90 days. I doubt that she'll be sentenced before the next trial starts, because the judge has that break, right, off his schedule. He's going to be backed up. He's got the next trial coming, and there's the judge's door just opened. They're coming back. I just saw the door open. Yay!
All right, back on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001-704. The parties are
The
present.
sentencing is usually 30 days.
I'm going to have my staff go ahead and line up the jury to wait in the hallway for a minute.
His schedule, though, is already backed up with this trial, and with that training week or so he has off, remember?
Oh,
Then you-
okay. There's Kay.
And his other brother, that's his other brother, isn't it?
Mhm.
Charles's other brother. Hi, Katie. I just thought, hey, Mandy, I don't have to text you now, right? Since you're right here. Like,
What's up? Oh,
you're sitting right next to me, and I'm looking at the sticky note on my PC, and I actually picked up my phone like an idiot. Like, you're not sitting right next to me, like right this moment. I look at the sticky note and automatically went to text you. Just like,
I
I'm
love it.
tired. I am so tired. Like, I'm not used to early morning.
Right? You have to get up in the morning.
I do, but you'll be up when I get up because you get up at 6. I'll be up at 9 streaming, and you'll be getting up. You'll be coming back from your swim.
I get up at 4:30.
Yeah. Oh, it's so quiet. Did they mute it? No, it's just that everybody's being quiet. How nervous do you think Lori is? Hey, Pete.
Pete, you just can't leave us.
You just once you get a look of like you just can't resist, Pete, and we love it. Like, just give into it, Pete. The jury is coming in. I have a very profound question for you all. Do you think if this is another guilty verdict,
Please be seated. Do we have a foreperson?
after
Who's the foreperson?
Yes,
he's going to give
Has
us
the jury reached
Lori?
the verdict?
yes, we have.
I'm going to ask you to hand that to my courtroom assistant.
They're trying to give us a look at her face.
I'll ask the clerk to read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704-001, verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about July 11, 2019, guilty. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you one and all.
Yes. On the court's own motion, I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the jury to retire to the jury room for just about 2 minutes. I need to discuss something with the parties before we determine whether you're done or not. So the admonition still applies. Please go to the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, to the jury.
Oh my goodness. So let me ask my question really quickly. Since she's been found guilty, do you think this is enough to
Please be
shake
seated.
this
The jury
woman's
is no
faith
longer
that she's
present.
untouchable?
I'll ask the defendant, you indicated earlier perhaps a willingness to stipulate to aggravating factors. Is that something you want to do, or do we want to go through this aggravation phase?
I'm willing to stipulate to it, Your Honor. All that it is the dangerous phase. Is that correct? There's only one statute there's only one sentence.
Well, the jury would need to find, first of all, whether or not this is a dangerous offense first. Secondly, whether the offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct of the defendant caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's immediate family. And then thirdly, the offense involved the presence of an accomplice. If you're willing to stipulate to all three of those, we can do that. If not, we'll bring the jury back in.
I'll stipulate to it, Your Honor.
All right.
They're all true.
You understand that if you stipulate to this instead of a jury finding, well, let me back up. You understand the jury would have to find these aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that if you stipulate to these factors instead of a jury doing it, I could also find additional aggravating factors at sentencing?
Sure.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
Do you agree that pursuant to the jury's verdict of guilt, that this would be a dangerous offense because a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument was used?
I'm stipulating to it.
You agree that that's what that this is a dangerous
Oh,
offense?
he's good.
Correct.
And you're further stipulating that as a result of your conduct, at least the victim or the victim's family suffered emotional or financial harm?
Absolutely.
And you're also further agreeing that the offense involved the presence of an accomplice?
Well, brother,
Yes.
Is the state satisfied with the colloquy?
Yes, Your Honor, it appears it's knowing voluntary. Made.
All right, the court does find that the stipulation to those three factors was knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily made. I will accept the defendant's stipulation. At this time, I'm going to bring in the jury and release them from the admonition. Before we do that, well, as my staff's lining up the jury, do you want to have a sentencing date within approximately 30 days, or do you want to wait until after the next trial to be sentenced on this matter?
What does the court prefer?
It doesn't matter to me. Maybe you want to talk to your attorneys or advisory counsel about that. We don't have to do it right now. You can do it in a few minutes.
Landon hit the wrong button again. Oh, she's actually, what would the court prefer? Really? After you made us go through all of this, the court would have preferred you just pled guilty. Like, because she just stipulated to a crime with a deadly weapon, with causing egregious harm to the family. Okay? And a stipulation, an aggravating factor that she admits that she conspired with her brother Alex, that he was a co-conspirator. By stipulating, that means I don't contest. I agree. That's the facts, Jack. What? Why did we go through this for that? You think the jury would have had to think about it a little bit. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Was this Laurie's way to get nobody to come up to the podium and cry to the jury about what a bad, bad person she is?
Yep.
Is this a vain move? This is a vain move. This is vanity, isn't it? Like, but damn, that judge is good. He says, you realize, the deadly weapon, what they did. Like, he made sure she knew.
The jury is present again. Members of the jury, you are now released from the admonition. This concludes your jury service. I want to thank you for your jury service in this matter and your attention in this matter. The admonition is lifted, meaning you can talk to anyone about any aspect of this case that you want to at this point, but you also have the right to not talk to anyone about any aspect about this case. I just need to take care of a few more matters, but if you want to wait for me in the jury room, I'd like to thank you personally, and then you can be on your way. If you don't want to wait for me, that's fine as well. but you are released to go at this time. All right, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
I would really want to talk to the judge. I wouldn't leave. I'd go to the jury room. Do you think he's going to give us a date?
Claire just wants to talk to the judge.
Oh, stop it. I like my judges, but like, you know, because they judge, like that's about it. You know? He's a good judge. Come on. Like the way he
All
just
right, please
handled
be
those
seated.
stipulations, he's being very careful.
Do you want to talk to your advisory councils briefly to discuss whether or not you want to proceed to sentencing or wait until after the next trial?
If we could just wait till after the next trial, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll hold off on ordering a pre-sentence report until we resolve the next remaining case. I've already set the dates and we have a status conference in mid-May on that. So unless there's anything else from the state's perspective,
No, Your Honor.
from anything else from your perspective?
Nope.
All right, we'll be at recess on this matter.
And we're done. Goodbye, Judge Beressky, for a couple of weeks. Anyway,
All right.
I want to wait till she leaves the room. I want to see if we get another shot of her face. She doesn't look too upset. Like when she got guilty in the other ones, she put that lockjaw on, she crossed her arms, she looked completely pissed off. I mean, you could tell she was annoyed when she was talking to the judge, that she was mad that they were coming for the aggravating factors, but
Dude,
Treena
move
looked very.
so we can
Did you
see.
see Treena? Yeah, there we go. Well, she don't look happy, but she don't look as bad as I thought she would. But did you see that smile on Treena K? Well deserved, Treena K. Well deserved too. All right, we're gonna come back up. I don't need to look at that.
Oh.
Well, we did it, Mandy. We put another one in the box. There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Grace, that would have been me and Mrs. C. We wanted 3 hours. It was 2 hours, 58:08. So, yep. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out and letting us interrupt your Reed trial visits. I will put up a video later today, in a little bit, in regards to I gotta mute the site for a second. Okay, because they just went outside and it just blasted in my ears. I thought my hair was gonna fall out. That was loud. Yeah.
Pete, are you in Discord?
Oh, that's right, Liam too. I always ask him that. Like,
Is he in your Discord?
No, he's not. He doesn't do Discord. I've invited him a zillion million times. Like,
So just YouTube? That's it?
Nope, he's not on Discord. He just does YouTube in, like email. I don't know. Should I even say that? I'm not trying to boast, Well, yes, he said it. He said he emailed me stuff in the beginning, so I'm not boasting anything. Yeah, by email, stuff like that. Which, I've invited him a million times.
Pete, you should find me. Same name on X.
Oh yeah, yes. Find me on X then, Pete. It's easier that way. I can tell you what's up. Unless we already follow? I don't think we do. Anyway, it's in my description. Or I could drop it real quick too.
Oh, I'm exhausted by that trial. Okay.
Here I am. Here's the X. Well, for some reason, I think maybe we already do. I'm not sure. Well, that was something. I don't even know what to say. I'm like very, very happy that we were all correct in our voting and that she is guilty. And some of you in the chat actually said this is not going to shake her belief that she's the chosen and nothing bad can happen to her and all these good things are waiting for her. I was kind of like wondering, like, if she couldn't convince them when she was talking to all those gentlemen that she picked in the jury, because she wanted more men than women, and they're all like,
Okay.
nah.
I have a poll question. You don't have to actually put a poll up, but I have a poll question for you all.
Mm-hmm.
Just 1 for yes, 2 for no. Now that she has been convicted of 5, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 conspiracy charges, do you think that she will take a plea with the Brendan Boudreaux? 1 for yes,
Well,
2 for no.
yeah, but there's a problem with that.
What's the problem?
They're not offering her one.
I thought they did.
They took it back. They're not offering her one anymore.
Well, maybe they will offer her one now. I
Well, it would
wonder.
say, I think it would be actually something they would actually want to do, because now that they have their conviction.
Yes.
Okay, I did put a poll up, yes or no, people, but almost everybody's saying absolutely. Is 2 no?
Yes, it
She's
was
not.
no.
She's not going to plead because she needs to get her story out. She did not successfully get her story out with this trial. She got slammed down. Now she's going to concentrate on all the ways she can get around all the objections and to have an argument to go back. Because, boy, she argued with the judge a lot, didn't she, Mandy? Like, man, is Laurie, but I don't expect anything better from you. Like, But I have to tell you, I listened to Melanie Gibbs' conversation with that was it a journalist or a writer or something? The Charlotte Dowling or whatever her name is, the woman out of Massachusetts that recorded a call with Melanie Gibb, but they couldn't use it in trial or anything or as evidence because it was a 2-party state and she didn't notify her ahead of time. But Melanie Gibb actually called Laurie to her face a corho and told her that she was actually using all of these religious beliefs to just do whatever she wanted and to cover her obsession with carnality, meaning she just wanted to bag Chad, and that's all that all this was about. And she needed to
Gross.
stop. Isn't that gross? And then I'm
Well,
thinking,
Chad
and
Daybell's
then,
gross, though.
well, he is. He just, all right. I don't want to get personal, but it's like the witch and the toad. Like, they deserve each other. She's not aging well. Prison is not. And I'm sorry, he looks like a toad,
Gross.
like a bullfrog, you know? Definitely. Yep. Wasn't Mo in the symptoms? No, Mo. It says yes or Mo. I can't type. Why do you guys expect perfection? Like, it's never going to happen. Just roll with it. You know what it meant. Like, stop it. Of course it says Mo. It doesn't even say no, man. It says Mo. Yes. Yeah. Well, it is right as Mo. It means she wants more. Like Mo, you want more. She wants more of the attention. She wants more of the stage. She wants to get on that soapbox. She wants to show that judge, because she's going to have the same judge. She wants to give that judge what for now? She's going to come back hellfire. I'm telling you.
Yes
I
or
think
Mo?
stop. I know. Stop. I know. Oh my God, I can't. Status and position. Absolutely. Absolutely. They were like a perfect storm when they met. It's terrible. Yeah, but that's just another version of you just want to sin, which is directed against atheists. I know that. And it's no true, it's an untrue shot. I get that, but it was funny because Melanie Gibb believed her at first. And then she started to see all this stuff with Chad and she started pushing back because Melanie Gibb actually followed Chad first, didn't she, Mandy? Like, she was one of the people that knew about Chad and actually followed his teachings. Chad was known to some of them before Laurie hooked up with Chad. Okay.
Yeah, the preparing of the people.
Exactly. I know
Yes.
everybody misses Cassandra, and it's perfectly fine with me. I mean, I got a thick skin. She is still pro se until she asks for a public defender. And I don't think she thinks a public defender will listen to her. So I don't know. Well, she's got a couple of weeks to go through that evidence, but there's not much there on the Brandon file. Like, I actually am, the more I think about it, Mandy, why wouldn't the state reoffer her the plea? They really should. They've got a win
But I
under their
also,
belt.
yeah, but I also don't think that we know the extent of the evidence against her in relation to Brandon, because that wouldn't have come out in any other trials because it wasn't,
I'll tell you where it
what's,
did come out. It did come out in the divorce proceedings with his wife.
exactly.
And in order to get that divorce proceeding where she could actually be taken care of or whatever, perhaps, I know she's not going to testify. I know she's not. And she remarried. Well, she lost her children over it. So I would imagine that there's a lot in that divorce proceeding. I wonder if that'll come in. Yeah. I know we saw the video of her and Chad getting the vehicle ready. And then we have another video of Alex putting the tire back in, getting it on ready after the deed was done. So I don't know. That's all I really know about this part of it. I do want some justice for Brandon because he was terrorized. He was slandered. They ruined his life. He had a happy, he thought he was doing okay with a happy marriage and children and all until they just started saying all this stuff about him, that he's a zombie guy or whatever. And, wouldn't Lori even say he was gay? But he was hiding it? I don't know. They really did a number on him. And then tried to kill him. The bull, on top of all that, ruined his marriage, filling his wife's head with all kinds of stuff. So you want him to have justice, but will he not think it's justice that she's got 4 life sentences already? He's got to be feeling a little bit better about it, right now. It's not his personal justice, but it's not, they're both got life sentences, multiple life sentences. Chad's going to be put, got the death penalty, What is Lori's life going to be like after Chad is put to death? Will she be around to see it? Well,
Interesting.
I think on that, I'm going to end it. Guys. Are you guys okay in the chat? Any other questions or anything else? As soon as we get we're not going to get a sentencing until after the Brandon Bordeaux trial. We'll be back in the middle of May for the hearings on that. You'll see recordings on that. But tomorrow morning, we are definitely back with Karen Reed. And if you're interested in the rest of the testimony today, if you haven't seen it somewhere else, there will be a video out later tonight with the rest of it, with the 2 witnesses, and we'll start fresh again in the morning. So I'll see you guys at about 5 or 10 minutes to 9. Why does Judge Cannon's court never start on time? I've never been to a hearing that started on time.
It's a whole entire shit show going on over there. She's way too lax, and everybody is like, of course, every time she makes a decision, if you're pro Karen Reed, she's a bad judge. If you're anti Karen Reed, she's a bad judge. It's like, just let the woman do her job. She's an amazing judge. She has a great record.
Her record is astronomical. More than 95% never even appealed or overturned in any single way or challenged.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
That's exemplary. And she was a defense attorney before.
Yeah, but I think she's a little lackadaisy. I would tighten the reins a little bit, and she doesn't seem to want to do that. So
I think it's all in her belief of fair justice. She really does believe in Karen Reed's right to have a trial and to defend herself the way she sees fit. It's her life that's on the line. I see her doing it every time, every decision. She wants the prosecutor to do better, be better. And she does not like them taking for granted the trust of the court, and she doesn't trust the defense team anymore, especially Alan Jackson. Like, just her tone when she talks to him, and I don't think she's being biased. I think she's just letting him know,
Hi,
like, you
Pete.
need to stop. You need to stop it. Yep.
Good to see you, Pete.
It was really great to have you here with us, Pete. Nick, come
For
by
sure.
anytime. We're doing Karen Reed all week. We'll be here all week. Stop on in. Yes. But anyway, we should hang it up. I'm sure people want to go eat their dinner and do their thing, and you're getting off work. And thank you everybody who kept us company, and we waited all this time together, and we finally got the verdict, which we all voted was going to be guilty. All going to be guilty. And we don't think she's going to take a plea. And none of you think that this is going to do anything to change her mind that she might have a problem. Thanks for answering my question. Like, I was wondering if I was missing something there, but everybody said, nope, they ain't going to change anything for her at all. Like,
Yep.
she's still going to
Alrighty,
be the
see you,
victim.
Cassandra. See you, Turtle. See you, Liam. See
Yep,
you,
I'm
Katie.
gonna push the button. Thanks for being here,
See you,
Mandy. I'll see you
Maggie.
later.
Of course. Thanks for having me. Okay. Bye.
No, oh gosh, where's my thingy? I gotta push the button. Okay, here we go. Bye.